All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? It is currently 10:30 a.m. And of course, today's date is the 8th of May, 2026. How is your day going? And of course, how was your week? It is Friday. God is the greatest. I hope you had a blessed week. I had a blessed week. I'm thankful. I'm grateful to the Almighty God. I'm here. I'm alive. I'm doing good. I got my family. Hey, you got to be thankful and be grateful regardless of what you're going through. All right. With that being said, a lot of us across the United States have seen a rise in energy bill. Now, some people may say, you know what, my energy bill has stayed the same. Some people would say my energy bill has gone up. But we all know that we kind of expected lower energy bills than what we had before, but it's still in the works. It's still being worked on. It's not yet our daily or monthly experience yet. But this hearing right here may be something useful for you if you have higher energy bills. This right here is the budget hearing for the Department of Energy. And most people would want to know what in the world is going on and why is my energy bill high? Yeah, so you might want to check out this hearing. This may be something educational for you and your loved ones. I think you should listen to this. But I'm still hoping and you know praying for a lower energy bill. But with that being said, let's get straight to the point. Thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to like. If you would like to share, that's welcomed as well, and enjoy the hearing. Okay. If you love hearings like this, it's on. It's on. It's on. Here we go. God bless you. And God bless America.
The committee will come to order. Mr. Secretary, good afternoon, sir. I have some prepared remarks, but I want to start with profound thanks to you and your wonderful team at DOE, to the President, for all you are doing. In your tenure, you have been a partner, you've been a friend. We have worked so well together, and I know where your great heart is in this position. So profound thanks from me in my role as chairman and as an American. Thank you, sir. To everyone on the dais and our friends coming in, I'd like to welcome Secretary Chris Wright to the Energy and Water Subcommittee this afternoon. Secretary Wright, thank you for joining us today to discuss the fiscal year 2027 budget request for the Department of Energy. I would like to take a moment to express my deep appreciation for your continued partnership over the last 14 months. Your commitment to maintaining strong lines of communication has been invaluable, and I look forward to continuing to work closely with you as we develop the fiscal year 2027 bill. Mr. Secretary, the department has continued at an aggressive pace under the Trump administration, and the past year has demonstrated the department's clear commitment to furthering American energy abundance. In the fiscal year 2027 budget request, the administration continues to prioritize expanding domestic energy production, strengthening technological leadership, and enhancing national security, work that is essential to maintaining America's competitiveness. I'm encouraged by the department's continued focus on critical research areas, including high-performance computing, artificial intelligence, quantum information science, nuclear energy, and critical minerals. In November, President Trump issued an executive order launching the Genesis mission, an ambitious effort to advance discovery science, enhance our national security, and accelerate new energy technologies through the use of artificial intelligence platforms that bring together the national labs and industry, collaborators, and leverages the department's high-performance computing, quantum systems, and artificial intelligence expertise. I look forward to hearing more about the department's plans to further this initiative, while also ensuring that these investments do not come at the expense of the Department of Energy's core scientific discovery mission that is essential to American scientific and technological leadership. As many know, I have long championed an American dominance in energy strategy because affordable, abundant energy benefits every American. However, nuclear energy, it's where my heart is, must remain foundational to that strategy. The administration has appropriately placed nuclear energy at the forefront of its U.S. energy policy, beginning with the 2025 executive orders aimed at accelerating deployment of advanced reactor technologies and expanding domestic nuclear capacity. With the support of this committee, the department has taken important steps to support demonstration and pilot projects and to strengthen the domestic fuel cycle, including increasing U.S. enrichment capabilities and supporting efforts to reprocess used nuclear fuel. And on that point, I am a big fan of reprocessing, and Secretary Walsh has been so strong on this. Thank you. It's long overdue in America, and I thank you for that. However, additional federal investment is essential to ensure the timely commercialization of these advanced technologies and to establish a secure and resilient domestic nuclear fuel supply chain. Without sustained and targeted support, the United States risks ceding leadership in nuclear innovation and undermining our long-term energy security. I am pleased to see that the budget request continues to prioritize funding for our nation's nuclear deterrent, proposing an increase of 29% to the National Nuclear Security Administration. Another side note, thank you for Brandon Williams, our former colleague and a great administrator. The fiscal 2027 request continues strong investments in sustaining and modernizing the stockpile, recapitalization, production infrastructure, and maintaining the scientific tools and workforce to uphold the strength of our nuclear deterrent. Communist China, their nuclear buildup, Russia's continued aggression, and the war in the Persian Gulf underscore how rapidly the global security environment is shifting. And our nuclear deterrent remains indispensable to the United States national defense. At the same time, it is imperative that the Department of Energy ensure prudent investments that provide the necessary oversight so that taxpayer dollars are spent responsibly. Secretary Wright, thank you again for being here today. I look forward to working with you and my colleagues to develop a fiscally responsible bill that will strengthen our national security and advance American energy dominance. I will now turn to my ranking member, my colleague, Ms. Kaptur, for her opening statement. Ms. Kaptur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, and thank you all for joining us. Chairman Fleischman, Secretary Wright, thank you for appearing before us today. Energy security is national security. And that has been the guiding principle of the subcommittee for decades and has never been more urgent than it is right now. Nearly 50 years ago, as our nation's economy reeled from the first Arab oil embargo, President Carter and our predecessors in Congress created the U.S. Department of Energy. Their vision was clear. America must never again be held hostage by foreign energy suppliers. I'm trying to read my own writing here. Okay, with steadfast bipartisan commitment, our nation has made remarkable progress. U.S. crude oil production has grown from about 9.6 million barrels per day in 1970 to 13.6 million last year. We are a net petroleum exporter, and yet somehow American households are still at the mercy of global energy markets and prices. Energy bills are doubling, and gas prices have risen $1 or more per gallon. Diesel fuel is emptying the pockets of our transport industries. It's a really serious problem. I come from a major distribution hub. When Russia invaded Ukraine, oil prices spiked worldwide. We see it again right now as President Trump's invasion of Iran has sent energy prices soaring for American consumers. Since the war began in late February, gas prices have jumped more than $1 a gallon, and the national average hit $4.12 this week. The gasoline price spike in March was the largest single-month increase on record. Families are paying $10 to $20 more every time they fill their tanks, and the Energy Information Administration says prices may not return to pre-conflict levels until 2027. As we've seen repeatedly, when gas prices rose in 1956, 1973, 1978, 1990, and 2008, for example, our nation endures deep economic downturns. How can prices be going up when we are pumping more oil, engines are more efficient, and we've brought on massive natural gas supplies to add to our energy portfolio? Why? Now our constituents are enduring the largest global oil supply disruption in history, exceeding that of the Arab oil embargo in the 1970s that prompted a strong policy response from the United States. We must again rise to the new occasion, and I know everyone here cares about that as well. It is not just gasoline. Electricity prices in just my region of Ohio have doubled. Utilities, coast to coast, have proposed or implemented rate hikes after more than 111 million, affecting 111 million customers, 111. Residential natural gas prices are up 13% since the start of this administration. More than 80 million Americans are struggling to pay their utility bills, yet the president's budget eliminates the Weatherization Assistance Program, impacting the wallets of over hundreds of thousands of households across our nation. I don't think that's such a good idea. And working families in northwestern Ohio, across the Midwest, and in every corner of this country are being squeezed hard at the pump with their electric bills and at the checkout counter. The answer to this crisis is not less energy innovation. It is competitive domestic energy markets and innovation of more efficient power production. Fair pricing and energy independence in perpetuity require we diversify our energy portfolio. No single fuel source, no monopoly, no single conflict, and no single cartel or region can hold the American economy hostage. That is exactly what this department was created to do, and may I observe, your department should play no favorites. We have to have our fingers on all the keys. This budget moves in the opposite direction. The Office of Critical Minerals and Energy Innovation is slashed by $1.9 billion. That's a 63% cut. That's shocking. The Weatherization Assistance Program, which helps low-income families reduce their energy bills, is eliminated entirely. I'd like to know what the substitute is for that. The Office of Science is cut by $1.1 billion, and ARPA-E, which has generated $15 billion in private sector investment, just up from $4 billion in federal funding, is nearly cut in half. These are the foundations of America's future energy innovation, energy security, and energy affordability, and gutting them while families are paying $4 a gallon for gas is unconscionable. Further, this budget proposes to cancel and repurpose nearly $20 billion in infrastructure investment and Jobs Act programs. This will halt critical U.S. energy modernization in manufacturing industries, which I represent so many of what's left in America, and the president says he wants to keep. And further, with farmers and agricultural America facing a really rough year due to tariffs and displaced global markets, why is the administration dawdling with approving year-round E15? And for me, that's not even enough. That isn't very adventuresome. Roughly half the corn and soybeans produced just in my congressional district are now dedicated to renewable fuels. And let me tell you, all across agricultural America, that holds true, and this isn't going to be a good year. We have to do more to help our farmers. Yet the stalled Farm Bill and year-round E15 authorization for our country await action, while the president extended E15 only temporarily to cover the summer months. Brazil has E60. Technology in our nation can get up to E30. I really don't understand why the administration is punting in such a vital energy sector. Turning to nuclear security, we both, Chairman and I, all of us, support maintaining a safe, secure, and effective nuclear deterrent. Our world is more dangerous, not less, and Russia continues to threaten nuclear escalation as China rapidly expands its arsenal. Iran, North Korea, and other actors collaborate and pose growing risks. Your budget requests $32.8 billion for NNSA, Mr. Secretary, a 29% increase driven by a $7 billion increase for weapons activities. But NNSA is already managing 28 major construction projects worth more than $30 billion. GAO has found that NNSA project cost overruns have more than doubled since 2023, rising to $4.8 billion, and all of us must be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. We can't pour more money into these programs without strong oversight and project management reform. What deeply concerns me is the other side of your ledger, defense, nuclear, and nonproliferation, and it's essentially flat. The budget before us cuts up to 26% of the programs that secure nuclear materials and prevent weapons from falling into the wrong hands. Does President Trump, I think President Trump needs to be informed that his budget does exactly that. At a time when nuclear threats are growing, these are exactly the programs we should be strengthening, not cutting. A strong deterrent and the ability to stop adversaries from acquiring nuclear weapons must go hand in hand. If not, there is no security. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, energy prices are rising, our grid is under strain, and the world is more dangerous, particularly, again, in the oil kingdoms. This is the moment to invest in American energy innovation, not throttle it, or impose higher energy costs on our households. This is the moment of disciplined reinvestment. We must modernize commercial nuclear power plants with real accountability, new technology, not blank checks. And that is why last week I was so very grateful, along with the Department of Energy, to announce the award by the department to the Great Lakes region, which will produce 1/3, and already does, of our nation's nuclear power. We just got to do it in a modern way, with no more major mistakes, none. Nuclear reactor safety and workforce development are paramount in a region where nuclear mismanagement harmed the reputation of a technology advanced by our outstanding nuclear Navy. This is the moment to strengthen every tool we have for nuclear safety and to prevent nuclear threats, not to hollow out these programs. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hearing the Secretary and to the discussion ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Kaptur. I will now turn to the distinguished ranking member for the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, for her opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Kaptur. I want to say a thank you to Secretary Wright for taking the time to be here and to answer the committee's questions today. Let me commend Ranking Member Kaptur, Chairman Fleischman, along with other members of this subcommittee for their work on the fiscal year 2026 funding bill. Everyone showed that we can come together to forge a bipartisan compromise in this body and write a bill that passes overwhelmingly. It is unfortunate that the spirit of cooperation did not find its way into the President's budget, a budget request for the Department of Energy. The Trump administration's budget would do away with all of the progress we have made. It would revert back to the steep cuts that worsen the cost of the living crisis that so many Americans are facing. In his budget, the President proposes a 17% cut to non-defense funding across the department. There is no question that if this were to become a reality, it would raise energy costs even higher for American families, even as they are struggling with a 40% increase in gas prices, over $1 a gallon on average, caused by the President's reckless war of choice with Iran. And just the other day, the President admitted with indifference that the price of gas will likely get even higher. Instead of taking any meaningful steps to bring down the soaring cost of living caused by this administration's policy, the President's budget makes the problem worse. It proposes a nearly $2 billion cut to the new Office of Critical Minerals and Energy Innovation, which promotes energy efficiency, supports clean energy development, and improves our energy supply chains. All of these things make energy more affordable for American families. But instead of investing in these programs, the Trump administration's plan is to take a hatchet to them. They even propose eliminating the Weatherization Assistance Program entirely. This is a program that helps families afford improvements to their homes to reduce energy wasted by poor insulation or drafty windows. It is a program that saves households who participate in it nearly $400 a year on average. I guess this administration does not believe American families need that money. $400 a year on average. Regrettably, the partisanship in this budget proposal is also present in how DOE has conducted itself over the past year. In October, the department announced the termination of over 200 projects, totaling more than $7.5 billion in federal funding, exclusively in states that voted for Vice President Harris in the 2024 election. It is impossible to interpret this as anything other than punishing voters for executing their political freedoms. It's an abuse of power so fundamentally un-American, it should unnerve every member of this committee. Over the past year, the department recklessly sought to carry out a series of staffing reductions without giving any thought to whom they were firing. They ended up having to rehire many employees because abruptly terminating them posed a national security risk. It turns out we do, in fact, need the technical experts who maintain our nuclear arsenal. All of this chaos only adds to the confusion and uncertainty that the administration is imposing on American families. And you know what? American families are sick and tired of having to deal with all of this because of this administration. Eliminating programs, blocking grant funding for political reasons, haphazardly laying off staff, and crippling the capacity of the Department of Energy offices to serve the public all share a common effect. They make Americans' lives worse. I know my colleagues on this committee, Democrats and Republicans, we can work together to produce a bill that helps the American people. But based on this budget proposal, I do not believe the Trump administration has any clue about the challenges so many families are facing today. I hope that as we move forward through the fiscal year 2027, in terms of that funding process, that we can forcefully reject these reckless cuts to programs that so many people rely on. Secretary Wright, I look forward to hearing your testimony and to being able to answer our questions today. I thank you and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Mr. Secretary, thank you again for being here today. Without objection, your full written testimony will be entered into the record. With that in mind, we would ask that you please summarize your remarks in 5 minutes. Secretary Wright, you are now recognized.
Thank you. Chairman Fleischman, Ranking Member Kaptur, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the President's fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of Energy. Under President Trump's leadership, we have put the department back on mission, delivering affordable, reliable, and secure energy to the American people. Let me highlight what this looks like. We have taken decisive steps to restore grid reliability. Using emergency authorities under Section 202C of the Federal Power Act, we kept critical baseload generation online after DOE analysis warned outage risk could increase by up to 100-fold by 2030 due to supply shortfalls if we had continued on the previous trajectory. This action and the market response to our actions preserved 17 gigawatts of critical dispatchable generation for the American people. Hundreds of American lives were saved by these actions during Winter Storm Fern. Historic cold drove record heating and electricity demand. Dispatchable energy, natural gas, coal, hydro, and nuclear were the MVPs of the grid. In New England, at peak demand, which is what matters with an electricity grid, hydrocarbons, hydro, and nuclear power provided 95% of the electricity. Wind, solar, and batteries provided 2%, far less than the 3% that was derived from burning wood and trash. The lesson, when reliability is on the line, dispatchable energy shows up. We work to establish American energy leadership globally. Since President Trump ended the previous administration's reckless LNG export approval ban, The department has approved more than 19 billion cubic feet a day of new export authorizations, which is more than America's entire capacity upon inauguration last January. This is a win for America, a win for our allies, a win for global energy security, and a blow to our adversaries. We're advancing national security at home and abroad. From day one, President Trump has focused on delivering prosperity at home and peace abroad. Occasionally, national security is anchored. Occasionally, power must be projected to create long-term peace. American national security is anchored by our nuclear deterrent. DOE's National Nuclear Security Administration is honored by this mission to ensure a safe, secure, and effective deterrent against new and evolving threats. Today, NNSA is delivering more new weapons, 7 warhead modernization programs simultaneously, and plutonium pits than at any time since the Cold War. We are driving a nuclear renaissance. Our efforts span next-generation reactor pilot programs, reestablishing American nuclear enrichment capacity and domestic nuclear fuel fabrication, reprocessing of spent fuel, and a pathway to spent fuel permanent storage. I am proud to share that we will have multiple advanced reactor prototypes critical by Americans' 250th birthday. We are driving hard to meet President Trump's goal of quadrupling nuclear capacity to 400 gigawatts by 2050. This ensures nuclear energy will play a central role in powering America's reindustrialization and leadership in AI. Our budget request reaffirms our commitment to cleaning up nuclear waste in communities that carried the weight of America's earliest nuclear programs. We are bringing professional management and innovation to enhance cleanup efforts while seeking to redevelop cleaned up sites like Portsmouth, Paducah, Hanford, and others. We launched the Genesis mission to bring AI's immense promise to scientific and technological innovation. In our nation's history, there have been 2 great scientific mobilizations, the World War II Manhattan Project and the Apollo space program. The Genesis mission is the third. Genesis mission is focused on the most difficult scientific challenges of our time: quantum computing, fusion energy, advanced materials development, and human health. We are partnering where industry alone cannot go, tackling long-term challenges that require national commitment, bringing together our national laboratories, universities, and industry to accelerate scientific discovery. We are winning the AI race and lowering energy costs. By leveraging department-owned land and assets, we are enabling rapid deployment of large-scale compute capacity through public-private partnerships. We are working closely with industry and communities to ensure these projects adhere to the President's important ratepayer protection pledge to rapidly expand our nation's electricity grid and to reverse the Biden administration's ruinous rise in electricity prices. We are securing critical minerals. We have strategically reorganized the department, consolidating 5 offices into a single office of critical minerals and energy innovation. This creates one hub across DOE, the national labs, and external partners to manage the full supply chain, from mining and processing to magnets and batteries. We have committed $1 billion in existing funding to strengthen domestic supply chains, reduce reliance on foreign adversaries, and reshore American manufacturing. We are restoring fiscal discipline. We inherited a department that prioritized political objectives over energy security. The restructured Office of Energy Dominance Financing is correcting that. We reviewed every loan commitment of taxpayer dollars, restructuring or eliminating over $80 billion in loans, more than 80% of the Biden-era loan portfolio, and we are redirecting that capital towards projects that strengthen reliability and American energy production, including an historic $26 billion loan to the Southern Company that will lower costs and expand grid capacity in multiple states. Finally, we are preparing for the future. America is open for business again, and trillions of dollars are being invested in American infrastructure for manufacturing and AI data centers. Meeting this moment requires abundant, reliable, and secure energy, and that is exactly what this budget delivers. As Secretary of Energy, I'm honored to lead this effort for President Trump and work with this committee to strengthen America's energy future. I'm also honored to partner with the great men and women you see sitting behind me and that are populated around the country in the Department of Energy's efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Secretary Wright. We will now begin with questions, starting with my own, and I anticipate that we'll probably have 2 rounds, so I'm going to limit my questions to 5 minutes and ask that my colleagues do the same. Mr. Secretary, in May of last year, the department initiated a review of financial assistance awards to identify and eliminate wasteful spending of taxpayer dollars and to ensure that awards of advanced, affordable, and reliable energy was there for the American people. Mr. Secretary, can you please provide the committee an update on this review, sir?
Yes, it was quite an ambitious endeavor. There were over 2,200 projects that were reviewed through a critical lens of what will benefit American taxpayers, most importantly, American ratepayers, American consumers of energy across the country. We were hampered by multiple factors, and I have to call out one. It's the Senate, not the House. But every single Senate-confirmed appointee to the Department of Energy was filibustered for the first time in American history. I did not get a meaningful amount of the leadership of the Department of Energy until late October. We worked all summer long evaluating projects, discussing, debating, pushing back both ways. And then we bring in the leadership of these various departments comes in October. And quite understandably, they all wanted to engage and involve themselves in these critical decisions in the departments they were tapped to lead and to hold. But we re-reviewed 2,200 projects to make those critical decisions of which projects advance the interest of American ratepayers, of American taxpayers, and our national security. Giving the tie to the runner. If a project had a credible way to be helpful, we supported it. We've had hundreds of dialogues with applicants back and forth. Many projects were readjusted to better align. The applicants themselves said, yeah, well, we only put that in because we were told if we did that, we would get money. So we did a rigorous business evaluation, unfortunately, of a lot of projects that didn't even have a business plan or a credible pathway to success. But I am happy to say that effort has finally come to a completion, not as fast as I would have liked, but a number of factors out of my control. But we have finished that effort, and we are keen to move forward with the majority of the projects which did pass, either straight up or through restructuring, and on we go.
Thank you for that endeavor on your part and on the part of the entire department. Thank you, sir. Mr. Secretary, in your testimony, in your statement, you talked about the Genesis mission, and I'd like to ask you a couple of questions in my remaining time. In your view, what are the short, medium, and long-term goals of the Genesis mission, and how will the National Lab and industry partners get you there? And then my follow-up question is, what is the single most impactful example of the Genesis mission success that you can describe for each of the Office of Science and NNSA?
Wow, yeah, look, the Genesis mission to me is an opportunity of a lifetime. As I mentioned, this is really the third United States large-scale mobilization of our scientific resources, which is mostly housed in our national labs, but also in our universities and private industry. We hear a lot about giant AI investments for economic improvement, for advancing services, for doing all sorts of tremendous things. But private industry does not think they cannot invest in understanding what dark matter is, or how to understand how plasma instabilities behave, and therefore how to get to viable fusion energy, how to develop new advanced materials, and maybe personally most exciting to me, we can understand at the small protein folding molecular level pathogens and causes of disease in Americans. We can take a number of serious conditions, think cancers that today are death sentences, and turn them into manageable conditions. Literally millions of lives will ultimately be saved by the Genesis mission. This is not an easy mission. This is all 17 national labs. This is taking the data sets from fundamental scientific research, putting them in a fashion where they can be harvested from AI, the minds and innovation within our labs, across our universities and in private industry, and focusing on one effort. We have to speed the rate of scientific innovation to better energize our country, to supercharge our ability to deliver healthcare services, to protect and shepherd our nuclear arsenal, and to understand and defend from foes abroad with their capabilities of today and with the capabilities that are going to evolve going forward. Thank you all for supporting the initial funding for the Genesis mission. I hope we will continue to expand and grow that effort. This is not replacing basic science. This is supercharging our pace of scientific and engineering innovation. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. I could not be more pleased with that response. Thank you, sir. At this time, I would like to recognize the distinguished ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Kaptur, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Wright. You got your arms around the department, and we're full steam ahead. I wanted to ask you, starting with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the department proposes canceling $15.2 billion in funding for what were competitively awarded energy projects. My questions are, does this budget contemplate additional project terminations beyond those already announced? And is there any path to reconsider? Are all projects being reconsidered, particularly, I have to put in a plug here, for Manufacturing America, where energy costs would be saved for companies that truly are in global competition and energy could make or break the company? How is the department assessing which projects will be canceled, which will not be canceled, and how do we work with you on that?
Thank you, Representative Kaptur, for that question, and thank you for your passion for manufacturing and blue-collar jobs in this country. You've led in that for decades. As you know, and as we've discussed before, I share that particular interest. Okay. It is a deep passion of mine. So on reconsideration, 100%. We've already had a number of those where we have made decisions in the department. We have communicated those. Some of those last year, and then we get feedback from the applicant saying, I don't think you read my thing right. Will you hear me out? We say, of course we will hear you out. That's our job. We've had a number of projects where we've made decisions. We've been clarified and educated and thought, you're right. I think we misunderstood what you were doing there, or we thought it wasn't viable because we didn't see that connecting step that makes the math works. So absolutely, we are willing and ready to engage those. You referenced a lot of the projects or the dollars that we did cancel. Frankly, there were a lot of projects, large in scale, that had no meat on the bones. Hundreds of projects of hundreds of millions of dollars that didn't have a business plan, that would basically just spend the taxpayer money, and we'd have nothing new at the end. We'd have no new factory that stayed open or no new innovation that could have a business based on. We had giant amount of money going to massive American companies to produce mac and cheese that they already know how to produce, but to produce it with a little bit lower greenhouse gas emissions. How does that justify spending huge American dollars to deliver the same product but make it a little bit more expensive? Those are simply not projects, I think, in the American taxpayer interest, but there are many that were, and well over 80% of all these projects we reviewed in detail passed and are going on. And did we make mistakes in some of them? Absolutely. And are we willing to re-engage? You bet.
Well, that's good news. Thank you. Thank you. I know you'll give them careful review, but I've just seen so many places close in my career, and I just think where it's possible to advance manufacturing, we should do it in view of the nature of the competition that many of these companies face. So thank you on that. I wanted to go to the nuclear deterrent issue. GAO reported in February that cost overruns on NNSA's 28 major construction projects have more than doubled, rising to $4.8 billion. So the plutonium pit production program is split across 2 sites, and it will likely cost well over $20 billion and still does not have a comprehensive life cycle cost estimate. Could you kind of talk about what specific project management reforms NNSA is implementing, and when will Congress receive a complete life cycle cost estimate for the pit production?
Thank you, Representative Capter, for raising that question. It is another serious passion of mine is our nation's security. NNSA, as you recognize, is more than half of our department. Its management track record over the last decade or two has not been good. Another reason I was particularly frustrated that my minister for NNSA came in late last year. But we have tried to look at that endeavor, how it works, how the management incentives of people, and how to align if you have X responsibility, but you're not empowered to do the things that are needed to deliver that responsibility, then the responsibility and the empowerment are misaligned. So we have realigned incentives, empowerment, and responsibilities. So basically trying to run it more like a business. And I'm happy to say, I think we're seeing rapid progress there. The pit production at Los Alamos has ramped up rapidly. We are both moving out old legacy equipment while actually manufacturing pits. We have people at the second site that you referenced that's going to be at Savannah River. Don't wait till we get that done. Come on out to Los Alamos and work with us in pit production today and developing the new lines and how we're going to manufacture this going forward. I think we're seeing a rapid acceleration in our capacity to build and construct pits, and that will come with a very critical eye to the design of the facility that'll be at Savannah River for pit production. We're learning because we're producing pits again for the first time in decades. Maybe the original plan we laid out wasn't ideal. Maybe we can be smarter. Maybe we can be more efficient about that.
All right.
You raise a very real question, a big issue.
Thank you. Glad you're got both hands on it.
Thank you, Ms. Capter. At this time, I would like to recognize my friend, the distinguished chairman of the Interior Subcommittee of Appropriations and a former chair of this committee, and he represents the great Idaho Reservation, my friend and mentor, Mike Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, I appreciate you achieving your goal of last year of visiting all of the DOE labs throughout the country. And I wasn't going to say this out of respect for my chairman and also out of respect for my friend from the Hanford PNNL area, but you saved the best for last. It was
Representative Simpson said this at the lab when we were together, and believe me, they liked it.
And they brought a cake that said that. Anyway, as you know, the INL is doing amazing things, and the demonstration of microreactors experiment, or the dome test bed, is now open and operating. It presents some really exciting times for nuclear energy in the future for these microreactors and other reactors. And this is there's obviously a lot going on at the INL, and much of that work is relying on unique facilities and infrastructure that the INL has. However, given that the INL is 75 years old, a lot of that infrastructure is almost as old as the INL is. And I appreciate the fact that President Trump and you put in this budget a proposed increase for the INL infrastructure account, and if Congress can deliver additional funding specifically to address infrastructure recapitalization of the INL, is DOE aligned to make it a priority to address the aging infrastructure at the lab site?
Absolutely, we are. And thank you for raising that. As I tour our facilities, and in the great state of Tennessee as well, our legacy facilities that ushered in the nuclear age, both in the weapons side, which sounds scary, but they've actually brought great peace and stability among the great nations of the world, and launched nuclear energy, particularly at INL and the original pile in the Chicago Squash Court. The first ever sustained controlled nuclear reaction is the genesis of Idaho National Lab. Yep. So when I look at those aging facilities and how important they are to their future, I want nothing more than to accelerate the replacement of that infrastructure. Now, I have my own fights on budget, with the administration on how to do these things. So I get some wins, I get some losses. But can we deploy more capital to advance the infrastructure of our legacy labs faster? Absolutely, we can. Will it aid the mission to bring in this nuclear renaissance, to more rapidly modernize our weapons stockpile and all that? Absolutely it will.
I appreciate that. A couple other issues. This really isn't a question. It's just something I want to make you aware of, and I'm sure you are. The Idaho delegation sent a letter last week to you, and I didn't realize that this existed until about a year ago. As you know, the DOE site in Idaho, I think the same thing is true at Hanford, is not owned by all of it by the DOE. Much of it's that crosshatch of land, Department of Interior, BLM land, and DOE land. And this complicates the working with two different federal agencies that creates some problems. I wanted just to make you aware of that and hope that DOE and DOI and the delegation can work together to try to solve this problem, not only at Idaho, but also, if it's necessary, at Hanford, because DOE ought to own that land at the DOE site.
I agree entirely, and I am aware of the issue, and I will work with Secretary Burgum. Of course, it's a legacy of building the railroads across the United States and this cross-hatching of sections that were distributed. But yeah, I agree. It's a problem we should solve, and I don't see any reason we can't solve it. But I need to work with the Interior Department to do that.
I appreciate that. One more question. Recent incidents have raised concerns about the presence of unauthorized wireless signals and devices within sensitive and classified spaces across federal facilities, including those under the DOE. Those signals, whether from personal devices, rogue access points, or foreign surveillance tools, pose a risk to national security by creating vulnerabilities for data or unauthorized disclosure. As DOE oversees critical nuclear and energy infrastructure, ensuring strict control over wireless activities inside secure environments is essential. What specific steps is the Department of Energy currently taking to detect, prevent, and mitigate unauthorized wireless devices within classified or sensitive DOE facilities? And does the department maintain a comprehensive real-time capability to monitor and track unauthorized wireless devices and signals in secure spaces? And how are those incidents detected, analyzed, and reported to ensure accountability and continuous improvement?
Yeah, so look, again, you raise a huge question. The risk of cyber threats, the risk of devious behavior, even of drones over our sites is growing rapidly. We are aware of it. We have efforts to address it. Do we have a comprehensive plan that I can say is going to work rock solid? No, we don't yet. But that is absolutely a front and center topic for us. And I think we're going to see it across the government, just growing risks of cyber espionage, misbehavior, and we need to get serious, and we need to have a better system to deal with the evolving threats.
I've always been worried about a nuclear attack, but I will tell you a cyber attack is more scary than just about anything.
Yes.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. At this time, I'd like to recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Wright, thanks again for coming before us today to discuss the budget request. On October 1st, Secretary, during a government shutdown, your department announced the termination of $7.5 billion in energy awards across more than 200 projects. Those project terminations targeted states that voted for Vice President Harris in the 2024 presidential election. The very next day, you were on CNN and told the American people that this was just a, quote, partial list, and that more terminations were coming. You said, and I quote, as this fall goes on, you'll see cancellations in red and blue states, end quote. That was 7 months ago. So effectively, the only projects that have been terminated were targeted at blue states, including two with direct ties to my district in Connecticut, which is a very parochial interest, as you can imagine. And when this was challenged in court, your own department didn't even try to deny it. Department of Education and of Energy and OMB admitted in a legal filing that, and I quote, a primary reason for the selection of which DOE grant termination decisions was included in the October 2025 notice tranche was whether the grantee was located in a blue state, end quote. The district court this January found that this violated the Fifth Amendment's guarantee of equal protection under the law. You did not appeal that ruling. So let me be direct, Secretary. You claimed that the project reviews were not conducted on political grounds. It appears that that was not true. The courts have ruled that targeting blue states is unconstitutional. Your own lawyers have conceded that point. So given that you did not appeal the court's ruling, will you now reverse all remaining blue state terminations that were selected on the same unconstitutional basis?
So let me restate again, all of the 2,270 projects we evaluated were not evaluated in any way, shape, or form based on where they were. And the award location is just one address. Most of these awards involve cross-state collaboration. They're getting supplier pieces here. The award could be in one state, and most of the money spent in another state. So this is a broad-based efforts on where these things go, and all of the people that worked on our project review process did not take into account any politics in the evaluation of these projects.
I understand what you're saying that, but the district court this January found that this violated the Fifth Amendment's guarantee of equal protection under the law. Your own department didn't tried to deny that that was the decision, based on the decision that was whether a grantee was located in a blue state. So, Mr. Secretary, your department canceled projects based on the fact that they were located in states that voted for Vice President Harris. And again, your own lawyers conceded the point in court. I'm not making that up. I read you the quotes. Did they lie to the judge? And do we need to look to disbarment procedures for these folks? Apparently, there's a discrepancy between what you are saying and what the court determined about those projects. So I think that of some concern, and my hope would be that you would reinstate those projects that were denied to blue states, like my own state of the Revolution Wind Project in the state of Connecticut, because in fact the court ruled that an illegal action. Let me move to another question, which has to do with energy rebates. The administration is not just driving up the cost of gas. It's using spending freezes, grant cancellations to attack clean energy projects, attacking federal programs that are aimed directly at helping families address rising utility bills. In addition to proposing the elimination of the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, quite honestly, that's really mindless. LIHEAP, a program which we addressed that through another subcommittee. The budget proposes to cut major energy assistance programs at Department of Energy. Through the Inflation Reduction Act, Democrats in Congress provided $8 billion to DOE for the Home Energy Rebates Program. Program puts money directly back in the hands of America's households. The rebates help consumers save money on home improvements, on those projects that can lower energy bills by providing up to $14,000 per household in rebates. Estimated that the programs will save households up to $1 billion per year on energy bills and support over 50,000 U.S. jobs. DOE has stalled on implementing these programs for well over a year already. You could be saving households money. We're in the midst of a cost of living crisis in the United States. Whether the administration or the president believes it says affordability is a hoax. It is not a hoax. It is a reality. Start to talk to real people and what's going on in their lives. So what is the timing for releasing the funds for the home energy whole house rebates program and for the high efficiency electric home rebates program?
Those are being worked, and I think in the near future.
What does that mean, the near future? Is it 3 weeks, next month, 6 months? What's the near future?
Probably more in the few weeks department. But look, this is not as black and white as you represent it. You know, with all due respect, I have been in the energy poverty, and in fact, I've worked with the LIHEAP program as a private citizen from a decade in the past. So no administration has focused more on energy affordability than this Trump administration. No administration even close. In fact, the Biden administration spent a massive amount of money to elevate the price of electricity, to elevate the price of gasoline, diesel, home heating. Every energy source was driven up, and they spent money to drive it up. We're trying to do the opposite. We're releasing market forces to drive energy prices down.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, because I'm over time, and I'm mindful of the generosity of the chair, but he's not going to be that more generous with me. But let me just say that really is. I don't know what you're telling me. We're looking at gasoline prices go through the roof. In the state of Connecticut, it's $4 plus now, $6 in the state of California. You're talking about energy efficiency? This is an administration that decided on a war of choice in Iran and driving up these costs. I don't know if anybody thought about the consequences. And I would just ask you, because this is your world. Did you provide any information prior to February 28th regarding how potential strikes against Iran would impact global energy prices? And what are you doing to address the price impacts?
So, of course, from the day I arrived in this seat, I've spoken with the president and the whole administration about Iran and the impacts of action against Iran. So the answer to that is, of course. I'll point out, we're putting to end a 47-year conflict with a nation that's threatened peace, stability, American soldiers, and global supply of energy, about to get nuclear weapons. And in the midst of that crisis, gasoline prices today are $1 a gallon cheaper than they were in the middle of the Biden administration, with no interruption.
I'm sorry,
of energy
I
flows.
think you're living
That's
in
just
a
the
different
facts.
world, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your generosity, and I yield back what time I don't have left. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to recognize a distinguished gentleman from Washington State who represents the Hanford delegation, one of the pillars of the Manhattan Project National Park that we launched with our dear friends in Los Alamos several years ago, Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. Mr. Secretary, it's a pleasure to see you here. Thank you for appearing before us. And I appreciated listening to your opening comments. Certainly appreciate those regarding your mention of the maintaining the progress for the Hanford cleanup site, and was happy to join you on your visit there. In fact, as Mr. Simpson referenced, people that you came to visit with in Richland were just delighted to have such an informed, excited secretary come visit and truly show a keen interest in the work that's going on at the lab, at the Hanford site, and at the hydroelectric dam. So thank you for that. But as it relates to Hanford, it's critical, it's crucial that milestones are met to clean up and treat the millions of gallons of waste on the site, as you mentioned. In analyzing fiscal year 27 budget request, I just want to point out that I noticed a request to decrease the funding related to accumulating unobligated balances for partially designated facilities. There's been a lot written about this, and I wanted to give you an opportunity, if you could, to elaborate on this. And would this request in any way decrease the effect of the low-activity waste facility?
So thank you for that question, Representative Newhouse. And it would not at all impact the operations of that waste facility, which, as you were there, we were excited to get that facility up and running. It is absolutely critical that we move forward as fast as we can in cleaning up the largest legacy waste cleanup project of the United States, World War II and Cold War efforts that are in your district and that are in Hanford. I think you met some of our team that's there. I know you saw the passion and the intelligence they have to move forward that cleanup as fast and as good as we can. We want to do two things in all of our cleanup sites, is be as smart and wise to progress the cleanup as fast as we can. If we can find ways to accelerate cleanup, we would love to do it. I'd love to tell the locals we're going to be done in 30 years and not in 70 years. That's important to us. And of course, in parallel, we're also saying, hey, these are huge lands that have nuclear savvy populations there, nuclear facilities. They're already permitted for that. Let's reindustrialize some of this. Let's build on Hanford, maybe next generation nuclear power plants, data centers, and I think in some commercial processing of nuclear materials there. Let's use these legacy nuclear sites, clean up first or in parallel, but lands that are already reclaimed or were not impacted to the same degree, let's try to bring new jobs and new opportunity there in those districts. But yes, there is zero turning down of any intensity, any desire, or any pace of effort on the cleanup at Hanford.
So the request for a decreased amount of funding, that relates to the unobligated balances for partially designed facilities. So that does not impact the vitrification plant, for instance, or the progress going on there.
It does not.
Yes.
It does not.
Very good, very good.
I appreciate your passion for it, and so do the people of Washington State.
Absolutely. I've got a couple other questions, and we'll probably have to go into a second round, but I certainly want to bring up a letter that several of us in the Pacific Northwest sent to you addressing the selection of the next administrator for the Bonneville Power Administration. The letter outlined the need to address several issues affecting the region, including delays in expanding transmission capacity, delays in interconnection queue. Those concerns are in addition to the administrator understanding the importance of meeting the needs of preference customers, which, as you know, are utilities entitled to priority sales of federally generated power. What's been your approach in ensuring that the next administrator is equipped to address these issues and meet the BPA customer needs?
Yeah, I think most people, thank you for that question. I think most people don't appreciate the scale of the Bonneville Power Administration, the degree of power it markets, the percent of the long-distance distribution it represents in the Pacific Northwest and what it means for the economy. This is a major utility. You know, buried inside a government agency, it is a major utility. And in fact, I've made personal calls around trying to get input and find people to find the right leader for that critical and utility of scale that we have. We can transform either for the better or we can continue a little bit of stagnation, the available of electricity, the cost of electricity, the speed at which new interconnections can be made. So yes, BPA is very important to me personally. It's very important to our department. And we need to find that right person that we can attract to come and take on that challenge. A lot of great people working on that thing, but given the scale of that, we need a top-notch leader.
Yeah, appreciate that. And thank you for your efforts. And we'll talk some more in the second round. I'll yield back the balance of Ms. DeLauro's time.
Well said. At this time, I would like to recognize Ms. Wasserman Schultz for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being here. Quite frankly, we should have had this hearing weeks ago, but the President's budget request was so late to arrive, and looking at it, it's clear why. Energy costs are crushing American families. But, Mr. Secretary, in a video yesterday, you downplayed that pain, saying you're proud of President Trump and his record of delivering a 13% spike in household utility bills. Your own agency says gas prices are higher today than when President Biden left office, and they're still rising. I was hopeful that your department budget request would target these skyrocketing energy costs Americans face, but this request fails miserably and just continues the pain that this White House continues to inflict on my constituents. Mr. Secretary, since January of 2025, your department withheld over $345 million in rebate funds from Florida homeowners, ranging from $8,000 to $14,000. When will your department release these funds to struggling Floridians?
I do not have the specific answer to that at the tip of my tongue. I know a lot of these broad-scale rebate programs we've gone through to look at carefully to make sure we get rid of fraud on these things and we deliver them straight
reclaiming
up.
my time, $345 million is a lot of damn money. And $8,000 to $14,000 grants are the kinds of things that help struggling homeowners dealing with high electric bills to try to reduce those costs down. I would think that you would know at least something about what I'm talking about when you are withholding that much money.
We have looked carefully at a number of these broad-based programs that deliver money to consumers for rebates, for efficiencies, for upgrades. An incredible amount of fraud in that. There was DEI stuff put into that.
Please give me a break. We're talking about reclaiming my time. We're talking about $8,000 to $14,000 grant funds so that people can lower their energy costs. It's a grant program. You're withholding $345 million of previously approved funding. I'd like you to answer for the record and get back to me specifically when those funds are going to be released. The Home Efficiency Program and the High Efficiency Electric Home Rebates are grants to states, territories, and tribes who then ensure low to moderate income households can make energy-saving retrofits or buy efficient HVACs, insulation, water heaters, and high-efficiency appliances and cost-saving electric upgrades. In Florida, these things are not optional. They're how we can live, grow, and survive in a very warm weather state. But right now, Florida's Ag and Consumer Services Department is waiting for $173 million in home efficiency dollars and another $172 million in high-efficiency electric home dollars to fulfill those rebates. Your department ghosted them and left Floridians out in the heat. Similarly, your department pulled the rug out from under 2 of my local governments who were awarded grants, which you now refuse to pay out, one to the Seminole Tribe of Florida and another to the city of Miramar. The Seminole Tribe grant was supposed to prevent power outages and enhance their grid resiliency. That's a critical mission in Florida, yet apparently not for the Department of Energy. Will you commit today to unlocking the funding awarded to both the Seminole Tribe and the city of Miramar and make sure that these other grants are unlocked as well, since Congress appropriated the funds and they are appropriated under law?
Of course, we follow the law. We look at all of our projects and deploy funds that are legally obligated, but we look at them carefully. I hear your sort of smug dismissal of our concern for energy
It's
costs and
hundreds of-
energy reliability.
Mr. Secretary,
It's entirely
hundreds-
unjustified.
You're claiming my time. It's hundreds of millions of dollars, which amount to small grants that make a big difference in the lives of the average Floridian, the average homeowner, and organizations that want to lower their electric bills. If the administration says you care about that, but actions, I'm a show me person, not a tell me person, withholding funding that ensures people can actually lower their bills, that's the opposite of what this funding was intended for, and you are withholding it, and I expect an answer and details as to when it's going to be released. Finally, Mr. Secretary, we saw electricity prices go up in Florida even before the president's actions in the Middle East. But the Department of Energy cuts programs and funding that would invest in more affordable and reliable energy, and instead it favors extending coal power plants well past their useful lifespan. The reason that you, I'm sure, could not possibly provide me with real examples of clean, safe, and reliable energy in the FY27 budget request is because you're basically giving up and ceding this entire market to the Chinese for decades. Everything from the start of this administration to today has set up Americans, and especially Floridians, for a cost of living crisis, and this budget request prolongs it. You can try to blame it on Iran or anyone else, but this president and cabinet made calculated choices to inflict this high-cost chaos on Americans. Because of the big ugly law alone, electricity rates are projected to jump between 9 and 18% in the next 10 years. DOE canceled over $12 billion in congressionally appropriated and lawfully obligated energy projects, which could have increased reliability and efficiency of our eroding grid. DOE yanked $30 million in Florida Power and Light grants, letting those costs get dumped directly on Floridians. And you've slow-walked billions in nuclear projects and other energy projects that could be on their way to providing more affordable power sources to our grids. But somehow, as the Energy Department programs are slashed, the Secretary's office and DOE headquarters are getting budget increases under your proposal. You've betrayed the people you swore to serve, and Mr. Secretary, we can't afford it any longer. Congress must not be complicit in this administration's high-cost chaos. Thank you for the indulgence. I yield back the balance of my time.
At this time, I would like to recognize the distinguished vice chair of this subcommittee, who's been infinitely helpful to me in ultimately getting a bill passed, bipartisan bill of 419 votes for energy and water in fiscal 26, Mr. Cloud of Texas.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate your leadership of this committee and certainly your focus in getting us back to really what this committee should be focused on, making sure we have the energy resources and the water infrastructure in place for industry and our people to thrive. Thank you to Secretary for the work that you're doing. I think it's extraordinary, the competency that you have brought, the team that you've put together, and the direction that you've put this nation on when it comes to energy. We were misguided for quite some time. And for one, I'm thankful. I also sit on the Oversight Committee and the DOGE Subcommittee, and so we've been in all the waste, fraud, and abuse hearings, and I find it refreshing that this administration is taking a look at that with all the waste that we've seen. And I think it's also just kind of a folly for us to think that we are doing something great for the American people by having the taxpayers of tomorrow to pay for the electric bills and appliances of the taxpayers of today. It just seems like a crazy notion. But I also want to thank you, too, for all the work you've done. You've been very active, traveling not only every lab, but you've also been in our district in Corpus Christi, and everyone there just really appreciated your thoughtfulness, the genuineness you brought to the conversations, and also having the president down there to see the great work that's been done in expanding the #1 crude export port, the LNG that's going out there that's helping our allies. And at the moment, there's a line of tankers lined outside in the Gulf of America waiting to get into U.S. ports so that we can continue to export energy. So we're doing the long-term things. Certainly appreciate that. And thank you for that. We do have a situation right now in Corpus where all the energy that's produced there and a lot of the refining that's being done, we're running out of water. And so that's been an issue. I know that you're aware of that as well. Want to just remind you of that and what the Department of Energy can do to help with that. And we're working with administration and other agencies to help with that as well. But I want to thank you for that. One of the big important things I think in this context is you and the president inherited a paradigm where China was outpacing us for world dominance in the next century. And the president's really turned the corner on that. Now, key to that, we can look at AI, we can look at the economic impacts, but those really come down to a race for energy production. And you're leading that. And then connected to that is the importance of speed in getting that done. Could you speak to what you're doing to enable us to stand up projects quicker, regulatory impact, all those kind of things, and then what's left for us to do that you need help with?
Thank you for that. And it is nice to hear that exposition of our goal, which is everything we do is through this lens of will that increase the supply of energy and lower the price of energy? It's just a very simple lens. And we had under the Biden administration enormous amounts of money spent. And in the Department of Energy, not one project, not one, had a thing of this is what it'll do to reduce the price of energy. In fact, it wasn't a goal of theirs at all. It was to spend money ultimately in almost every case to make energy more expensive. So it's a little rich when I get criticized that we're doing everything to drive. That was the goal of the Biden administration. And they succeeded across the board to drive every kind of energy up and everything possible to reduce the supply. So we just have the exact opposite mentality. We want to grow American energy production of affordable, reliable, secure energy. Your district there in Corpus is absolutely essential, not only for American energy production, but of course it's our biggest gateway to ship crude oil abroad, a huge gateway to ship LNG abroad, but not just an export terminal. Of course, large manufacturing facilities. I visited a brand new one there, a lithium processing facility that's there because that's a district empowered with energy savvy workers. And to your question of how you can help, one of the administration's goals is we got to build things in America again. And I represent very much, Representative Kaptur wants to reindustrialize America. So do I, so do you, so do we. We need to make it so you can build in America. Let me give one quick example, was NEPA reform. NEPA was passed in the 1970s to make sure if you're going to build something big, you gave a little report of what impacts it might have on the environment. It got weaponized into a way to stop anything from being built. So the Trump administration came in and said, that's nonsense. We're going to go back to the original meaning of the law. Every department, including ours, that issues NEPA opinions, just rewrote our procedures in line with the original law that was passed, just following the rule of law. 2/3 of the people that apply to us for NEPA shouldn't even apply to us. And the ones that do, it's just a very different process that had been imposed as a way to make it hard to build something. It's easy to stop something, it's hard to build something. That's a stagnant society. You and I and the Trump administration want us to build things in America again. So we're doing everything we can in the administration, but I think if we can get serious permitting reform that addresses 401c water permits as well, so that we can make it easy to build whatever businesses want to build. We're not going to tell people what to build, but make it easy. Still responsible and careful. It's not like we're going to be reckless, but we have to be able to build things in America again. I know you and I share that desire. You've delivered it in your district, but we need the rest of the country to be able to build big projects like you've done. And I think Congress has a critical role to play in that.
I thank the Vice Chairman for his questions. Yes. At this time, I would like to recognize my distinguished friend and colleague from California, my co-chair, Mr. Secretary, from the Spent Nuclear Fuel Caucus. As you know, I chair 8 caucuses. Mr. Levin has worked so hard with me on that joint endeavor. So, Mr. Levin, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman. It's a great segue, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here again. I do want to focus on spent nuclear fuel. I represent a beautiful part of Southern California, including the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station. and we've been heavily engaged in this for a very long time. I'm so pleased to have my friend Chairman Fleischman as a partner in this effort. Last year, when you came before the committee, we discussed how DOE has racked up a lot, billions and billions of dollars of liabilities since the 90s for the decades-long failure to address the back end of the nuclear fuel cycle. And just an update from last year, the fiscal 25 audit of the Nuclear Waste Fund found that the total liability for spent fuel is $56.5 billion. And in fiscal 25 alone, taxpayers paid over $3 million per day. That's extraordinary due to the lack of a workable solution. And by comparison, about $15 billion was spent on Yucca Mountain. So the often underappreciated reality is that the government will spend nearly 4 times as much money simply because it tried to select a location for nuclear waste without taking into account all the challenges of the Yucca project and taking into account the communities where the waste would be stored. I'm glad that this administration is turning the page on this and focusing on developing projects collaboratively with states so we can finally get this liability under control. I know you know that DOE just put out an RFI inviting states to express interest in being a nuclear life cycle innovation campus. The deadline was April 1st. And first question, Mr. Secretary, is what updates can you provide about DOE's plans now that the RFI responses are in?
So thank you for laying that problem out so nicely, Representative Levin. I know you're very knowledgeable in this area. I was just out in California last week, drove right past the San Onofre plant, and I know we share a desire, hey, if that plant shut down and the fuel is sitting there, let's reprocess it. Let's move forward and get it on out of there. So the short summary of the Nuclear Life Cycle Innovation Campus process has just been tremendous interest. I think I will break news here. 28 states responded to our thing. Are you interested in hosting a Nuclear Life Cycle Innovation Campus? And again, as I think you said nicely, if you tell people we're going to impose it on you, the citizens of Nevada, and it's going to be here, that's just a very different level of receptivity than the approach, as you pointed out, that we've taken, which is who's interested? Here's what would be involved. And one of the things that would be involved is permanent disposal of, after reprocessing, of the material that's not usable and needs to be stored long time. Perfect. But, you know, we would have fuel reprocessing there, fuel enrichment there. I suspect fuel fabrication and probably reactors and things would build around these nuclear innovation campuses because the expertise would be there, the license would be there, the land would be there. So I'm very excited about that.
I am as well. A couple questions about it. One is, do you think we're going to need to amend the Nuclear Waste Policy Act to realize the vision of these campuses? Because if so, we better get working on it.
And the short answer to that is I don't know. I think it is possible that we will need to. And as we get more clarity, we need to work with you and others in Congress about how to do that. And you in particular, given your expertise and knowledge in this area.
We'd be eager to do that. And related to that is how do we ensure that the campuses, to the extent they have storage, are allowing the government to finally meet the contractual obligations that we talked about a second ago, with a priority for the permanently shut down sites, not just San Onofre, but like San Onofre.
Yes, absolutely. You laid out that problem. It's growing, it's expanding, it's not going to go away if we just ignore it. I can say the same thing about the Iranian situation. Just ignoring Iran does not end that problem, but the same is true with this nuclear waste problem. And if we want a nuclear future in our country, we simply have to fix this problem. But I believe it is fixable.
We're very excited to work with you on it. And in speaking to a lot of experts about it, one of the things that you hear is that creating a single-purpose organization is needed to manage spent fuel. You have a lot on your plate, and it's difficult to balance all the competing priorities. And then, of course, there's the cycles of politics and so forth. And I wanted to get your thoughts. We have legislation, it's bipartisan, with Representative Pfluger from Texas called the Nuclear Waste Administration Act, to create a sole-purpose entity. I know we're almost out of time, but I'm curious your thoughts on DOE's capacity to be able to manage this problem long-term.
I think it's a great question, and I think it's subject for future dialogue. We're trying to figure out who's interested, where can we do it, but now to management and implement that, That might be a very good idea. That might
All
be
right.
a very good idea.
You're always invited back to our area, and I hope the next time you're there and you don't just drive by, but you stop and we'll visit together. And I'm sure Southern California Edison would love to see you as well, and I appreciate it.
I would look forward to that and the dialogue with you when we're at San Onofre together.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge my friend and colleague from the great state of Florida, great naval aviator, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Chairman Fleischman. Thank you, Ranking Member Capter. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I always enjoy hearing your enthusiasm and the results that you all are getting and what can happen when we get out of the way and let people do things as they should be done. But I was especially thrilled to hear you make the comment earlier about gas prices, even though they're where we don't want them today. Could you just repeat that again on where we are today compared to where they were under the previous administration?
We agree. We want gasoline prices back down where they were, but they're just over $4 a gallon today in the middle of solving a 47-year conflict, and they're roughly $1 a gallon cheaper than they were 4 years ago in the middle of the Biden administration with no interruption in flows of global oil and gas.
Well, thank you for that. I was out in California a little while back now, about 2 years ago now, and rented a car, and I was kind of surprised that my only option available was an electric vehicle at the time. And they told me that if you want to get a combustion vehicle, you have to get here in the morning because those are what the customers prefer, and they're gone by the middle of the day. But I was really shocked by how expensive gas is. And I'm from Florida, and I'm not accustomed to California prices. Why is gas so expensive in California?
I looked through a nice analysis done by a group within California, and by their estimate, 55% of the price of gasoline in California is a choice of politicians. They have the biggest gas tax, so that's a slice of it, but that's only 10% or so of it. They have these requirements on a special blend. Only this blend can be made in California. That's tough when you want to build a product at scale and you have only California marketplace for this very expensive blend. It started with the reasonable idea of we're going to lower emissions and pollutions. I've been very proud through my lifetime. I grew up in Denver. Air quality in Denver has just improved massively as we've gone to cleaner burning technologies and engines, cleaner fuels and all that. So there's a reasonable trend there, but California has just gone way past the reasonableness and just made it so ruinous that they drove it to be expensive.
Why are the refineries all leaving? It's down to a couple of refineries. Is that correct? That's driving part of the problem, right?
It is another part of it. 2 refinery closures this year, one that's already happened and one that's been announced and is soon to close. I'm actually very worried about that. Because if you look at California, our greatest military assets, and thank you for your service to our country, the greatest concentration or number of military bases and military assets of any state in the country is in California. California gets over 60% of its oil imported from overseas, and its number one supplier was Iraq through, guess what? The Arabian Gulf and the Straits of Hormuz.
In the course of this conflict, the state of California is getting a majority of its oil from Iraq, from the Middle East, while we have oil that would be available here if they had different refining restraints.
We are a net oil exporter. They've prevented the building of pipelines. They've made themselves an energy island with the goal to make energy very expensive in California with the belief that that would speed this magical energy transition that everyone talks about. The world has spent $10 trillion on wind, solar, and batteries over the last 20 years, and it's less than 3% of total global primary energy. I worked in solar energy. I'm all for new energy technologies, but it has been the greatest malinvestment in human history. California, to think of your state, California had maybe 10%, 15% more expensive electricity than Florida 20 years ago. Today, its electricity prices are more than double the state of Florida, and Florida produces 20% more electricity than California. They've just done everything wrong on energy policy. The Biden administration wanted to take that national. And what was the net result in California? I lived in California for a long time. This very wealthy, everything going for its state has the highest adjusted poverty rate of any state in the country. You get energy policy wrong, you get everything wrong.
Briefly, my colleague from Florida had mentioned that in her perception, your department is slow walking nuclear projects. Is that true? I met with folks from the nuclear industry this morning, and that did not jive with what they were sharing with me.
No, I'm not even sure. I did hear that, and yeah, of course that's we've built 2 nuclear power plants in this country in the last several decades. We will have at least a dozen under construction during this administration, and in fact, we have 4 or 5 test demo reactors under construction today. So together, we are going to get nuclear energy back rolling again and back advancing. But it takes common sense. It takes pro-energy policies.
Facts are very inconvenient things at times. But thank you, Mr. Secretary and Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. At this time, I'd like to recognize the distinguished chair of the Western Caucus, Ms. Malloy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate you being here today. I had 3 things I wanted to talk to you about, and the first one was permitting reform. My colleague, Mr. Cloud, did such a good job getting you to talk about that, I'm going to skip that one. So if we have time, I want to cover geothermal energy and uranium reserve. So geothermal energy is pretty important. In Utah, we have important geothermal research sites, and a lot of it's in the West Desert in my district. And I noticed in this budget that geothermal is included in the baseload power initiative and moved to the hydrocarbons and geothermal energy office. It looks like that is a good move where there's going to be some emphasis on geothermal energy, and the budget addresses some of the permitting concerns that I've had with geothermal. Is the move and the emphasis going to improve coordination with the land management agencies to make sure that we're doing geothermal resource development on public land?
Great, thank you for the question. And as you know, we share a love for geothermal energy. For me, it's been a career-long passion. And we moved it for that. One of the reasons you just said, but another reason as well, the technology to harness geothermal energy is entirely parallel to the technology to harness oil and gas. Right? You're drilling wells underground to extract resources, either molecules or heat. It's the same technologies, the same kind of permitting needs to be done. What's held geothermal back in this is most all oil and gas drilling is on private lands and state lands. Why? Because it is a nightmare to deal with the federal government, and the Biden administration did everything possible to stop the permitting of doing anything on federal land. So geothermal, so many of the resources are in the West, like your district, and in Nevada and California. A lot of those lands are federal lands, and we've got to make it so it's easier and simpler to make agreements so you can drill wells and harvest these absolutely immense geothermal resources. I would tell you state policies matter as well. I would say there's a reason that the main activities of geothermal historically in the United States have been California and Nevada. But both of those have significant degradation of their regulatory environments. So where is the money in geothermal going right now? Well, it's going in the state of Utah. It's federal lands, but it's got a reasonable state regulatory regime. As you know, there's a 400 megawatt commercial plant under construction in Utah today. There's also our Forge research sites. The future of geothermal is going to be bright, and I think you're going to be able to rightfully claim this next generation geothermal launched in your state, in your district.
Great, we'll take it, and the investments. How are you selecting the sites for the EGS Greenfield campaigns? Speaking of geothermal development, that's something we're very interested in my state.
Yes, so this is, technical reasons first. Is the geothermal gradient there, the drilling conditions viable? But of course, a lot of these will come from the commercial businesses that are prospecting. And then we also do need a regulatory environment in which we can actually operate and do the research in a timely fashion, not overly burden it with delays or risks of can we do the next step without 4 yes you cans. From local regulatory authorities. So I don't know where they'll be. I won't be directly involved in that myself. But I think the commercial capital in geothermal is also there today. So my view in the U.S. government is service company. The industry is driving AI, industry is driving energy production. We're just here to enable people as much as we can. And we do have a vibrant, it's still nascent, but we have a vibrant geothermal industry we want to help and support in any way we can. The funding is mostly dedicated at commercial demonstration projects. We're trying new technologies now, which is the reason geothermal is growing after not much growth for a while, and also helping to fund to map resources. Like they've got a big project being built right there, and boy, preliminary results look fantastic. But there's lots of places, and what are the temperature gradients here? What is the fault in the subsurface geology look like? So there we want to partner with commercial players to help fund exploration wells so we can better understand where are the best resources, how vast are our resources, and what next?
Okay. Well, I heard the chairman say we're going to have 2 rounds, so I will save my nuclear questions for the next round. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malloy. At this time, I would like to recognize the gentleman, my friend from Indiana, Mr. Mervin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here, bringing your expertise, and communicating with us. On March 23rd, you had issued an emergency order for 2 Indiana coal plants, NIPSCO and Duke Energy. One of those, NIPSCO, is in my district. And at that time, you made a statement that the Americans deserve all the power that they can get when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. Your quote, unquote. Ultimately, my district and my residents of Northwest Indiana are paying the highest energy rates in all of the country. And that specifically, a third party generated a news report saying it would cost NIPSCO $100 million in order to put that coal plant back online. My question to you is, because you just said, if you get energy policy wrong, you get everything wrong. Please communicate to my residents in Northwest Indiana how forcing a coal plant to stay open when a utility chose in 2019 to close it, now the ratepayers have to pay the infrastructure in order to make that useful in my district as they are being crushed and devastated currently. And you had mentioned domestic manufacturing. Northwest Indiana is the top steel producing region in the country. Those utility rates go into the cost of steel, which go into the cost of everything we produce. Please explain why that forced emergency order is benefiting the people who are getting crushed by those policies.
You bet. So first of all, thank you for the question, Representative Mervin. So in your region, northern MISO, it is 5-alarm fire, quoting the reliability study that was done for, are the lights going to stay on when advanced power demand hits there or not? So I received
What do you mean by advanced power?
If I misspoke, if I said advanced power, but if we don't add additional power,
Correct.
the risk of blackouts is very high in the northern MISO region. And so let me give you a very nearby plant that was
Just asking a specific question. How do you justify those rate increases and the $100 million price tag to your emergency order?
So the cost of blackouts is immeasurable. The cost of unreliable power is massive. And
Why have we not experienced that in the last 40 years that I've been alive?
You haven't experienced blackouts?
Consistent blackouts in the Midwest and Northwest Indiana? To answer your question directly, no. So I can't buy into that.
Which is also why there's a complacency there that we're all good. The risk of blackouts.
If I could, they were going to replace it with natural gas. So explain to me how the natural gas policy, instead of using coal, would increase blackouts.
So presumably the 50. Sorry, my blood sugar's low right now. The authorities we've used.
Here's a Gatorade. Go ahead, and we'll reclaim my time. I'm being respectful, obviously. Take your time, obviously.
And 202C authorities we've used have always been in dialogue with the utility there. I was criticized. The very first one we did was the Campbell plant in Southwest Michigan. Same things. It's expensive.
I really need a direct answer. I've got 1 minute and 24.
The 17 megawatts of coal, 17 gigawatts of coal we've kept open. I don't know the details of every single one, but I can absolutely get them quickly.
The other question that I have is the Federal Emergency Regulatory Commission authorized MISO to impose a tariff that would allow NIPSCO to seek IURC approval to recover cost of complying with the federal orders through rate increases, a NIPSCO spokesperson said. This is a communication. So you ordered a tariff that would allow my ratepayers to pay more based on your energy policy.
No, it's to keep the grid reliable and ultimately to drive prices down. This is one person and one claim. On most of the 202Cs we've done, they've been cooperative with utilities. Some of them, like the Campbell plant, which we did a while ago, so I have plenty of data on, all the same claims were made. The claims were proved to be absolutely
you
false.
can understand,
I don't know that they're false here. They might.
I
they're
don't have
likely
much
false.
of concern of Campbell. I'm Northwest Indiana and the impact currently that you have. And as you stated, if you
I
get
don't
energy
believe that's the-
policy wrong, everything is wrong. And it's a national security issue because of our steel industry. So what I'm asking for in my time is to reconsider to consider the impact that your policies have on my ratepayers going forward. You instituted a MISO that allows the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission to impose a tariff that would have the ratepayers cover the cost of the infrastructure to increase the coal-fired generating plant that they closed. That's a fact.
28 states have done renewable portfolio standards and have forced the closure of coal plants. They have 50% higher electricity prices on average than the 22 states that didn't do that.
But my state didn't do that.
The data of forcing the closure of coal plants has been compelling across the country. If you
My
force the
state and my
closure
Republican
of coal
governor
plants.
didn't do that.
I need to dig into the details of that. There should have been a dialogue, and I suspect there was a dialogue between
what
our
you're-
staff and that thing.
Are
I will
you
look into this.
committing to relooking at that emergency order
100%.
to reverse it if those costs are passed on to my ratepayers?
If it's not net beneficial to your ratepayers in the region, of
I'm
course
telling
we will
you, it
reverse
is not net beneficial to my ratepayers. And please look into it.
Absolutely, we'll look into it. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you for raising it.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to recognize Ms. Lee from Nevada, who is my co-chair of the Nuclear Cleanup Caucus. We've worked together for years on
right.
this, and I thank you for your cooperation with the caucus. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. My first question, last year, you acknowledged publicly, plainly, and to the point that the people of Nevada are not in favor of Yucca Mountain, and thus President Trump and I do not support Yucca Mountain as a waste repository. So I just want to hear its music to my ears, a reaffirmation of that.
Yes, none of those facts have changed. President Trump is not in support of Yucca Mountain, and I don't know if you missed our earlier dialogue, but we're searching around for who wants to host waste disposal sites. 28 states responded. We're going to have plenty of opportunities for waste disposal will go, and it will go into states that are leaning in and want to do it.
Great, thank you. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, my state of Nevada leads the nation in solar power potential. I just heard your response to the other gentleman down on the dais, so I understand where you stand on that. But it's now quite clear from both your budget requests as well as your work on the National Energy Dominance Council that you're choosing to prioritize other forms of energy, particularly from fossil fuels like oil and gas. We obviously have different points of view on that, but I'm hoping we can at least see eye to eye on this much. When the Interior Department began insisting last year that every single solar and wind permit it processed must now be personally approved by the Secretary, Burgum, one of the leaders of the center-right Foundation for American Innovation, whose 25th annual gala in Washington featured you as a keynote speaker, responded this way. They said, it's not good. There are lots of ways to encourage certain sources' deployment. Sitting on disfavored sources, permits is among the worst. So I just wanted to, Secretary, debating on how and where to direct federal funding for different forms of energy. That's one thing. It's certainly in your purview. But surely, I hope you can agree with me and the folks at FAI that weaponizing the permitting process itself against solar is a step too far.
Yeah, I have been for the deployment of secure, reliable, affordable energy I don't care what the source is. I don't have favorite sources and less favorite sources. I just do the math, and it's usually some combination. And of course, Nevada is a very favorable solar state.
Yeah,
Are we to see new solar development? Does solar have a future? Absolutely. And should it be easier to permit and build things? I think I had that dialogue there. I agree with you entirely as well.
You know, I completely agree with you. I always say we have so many energy needs in this country that it's an all of the above approach. But what we're seeing in Nevada in particular are solar projects and wind projects that have literally been stopped in their tracks from development, waiting for the personal approval of the Secretary of the Interior. We've gotten some indication that maybe some are going to move forward, maybe some are not. But literally, coming from a state with that potential that has the highest per capita solar industry workforce in the country, it's really debilitating to our economy in Nevada. And I would say our governor, Joe Lombardo, has agreed with that and asked for some reprieve from this administration. So I just asked if you'd join me in talking to Secretary Burgum to restore the type of permitting parity in our state that we're talking about to ensure some fair treatment for all forms of energy.
Absolutely. Again, I engage with Secretary Burgum a lot, and I will on this issue as well.
Great, thank you. And then when you were here last year, or in May of 2025, I had asked you directly about maintaining support for the Department of Energy's Solar Energy Technology Office, and you replied, yes, I think you'll see continued work on solar at the Department of Energy. Yet weeks later, you released your budget seeking to zero out funding to the Solar Energy Technologies Office entirely. And this is something, again, that you're seeking in this year's budget. So how do you square your commitment to this committee last year that you would continue your work in this area, and then with your back-to-back requests that Congress cut literally all funding to the very office that's responsible for doing the bulk of that work?
We will continue research in solar. I believe it is consistent with our budget requests. We have a lot of efforts at multiple national labs on pursuing solar technology going forward, and have no plans to change that.
Okay, well, your budget request has it zeroed out again. So, which, by the way, Congress has bipartisan rejected both years. So I hope that we can get an amendment adjustment to that.
Yeah, we should continue to dialogue and work on that. But yeah, I'm proud of the work our labs are doing and we've done in advancing solar technologies. And there's many applications for solar, some exciting and new applications for solar as well.
Great, thank you. I yield.
Thank you. At this time, we'll begin a second round of questions. I am going to be exceedingly brief, Mr. Secretary, because I want to make sure that my colleagues who perhaps didn't have an opportunity to ask some of the things, but I'm just going to talk briefly or ask briefly about plutonium pits. Mr. Secretary, you've talked about this in both your opening and have answered some questions. Can you kindly provide a realistic assessment of when NNSA will achieve the 80 pits per year requirement, and what specific risks, such as technical, workforce, or infrastructure challenges, could further delay that timeline, sir?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Representative Fleischman. The goal I have set since we've just begun pit production in our crew is, get people trained, get the processes done. Like there's a thing in Savannah they call a training center. Really, it's a prototype center. It's getting these technologies better. Our goal is to get 100 pits produced cumulatively during this administration, and then get to that rate of 80 a year as soon as 2030 as possible. Now, we'll still have just the Los Alamos facility, through that time period. But it is, to your point, it's critical that we ramp this up as quickly as possible so we can maintain and modernize our stockpile and our weapons. But I think the people we have on the task and the passion they have for the mission, and being business people with common sense, I think we'll see rapid improvement and continued escalation of our rate of pit throughput.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that. And I will conclude my questions and Now, Ms. Capter, you're recognized to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much, and we don't want to wear you out, Mr. Secretary, but this is our moment. So I wanted to ask a couple extra questions related to the grid. And I say this because we're broadcast, and maybe other people will hear what I say and send me advice. But there's a couple books that I think people who work in the energy field should read. One is by a person who was quite criminal in my state, and wrote a book before he took his own life called What Do I Know? I'm Just a Lobbyist. And it talks about what he did in Ohio's energy architecture, and Congressman Mervan has left, but all is not beautiful in the energy industry. And corruption happens in many cases, and I say to myself, what can we do to prevent this? What can we do? So I suggest that book to people, and the author was Neil Clark, C-L-A-R-K, and it's What Do I Know? I'm Just a Lobbyist. He was part of the nuclear corruption in Ohio. And so the systems we have aren't perfect. Another book I want to recommend is Power Corrupts by Dick Munson, Richard Munson, M-U-N-S-O-N. I recommend those books because whatever we do, we have to prevent what they talk about. And one of the odd things about energy and these prices, because in my region of the country of instrumentalities like PJM in New Jersey, we actually create monopolies. They don't look like monopolies, but they end up having so much power that there's no competition. And so as lawmakers, we say to ourselves, what can we do to help our people have a better energy future, not just in terms of the technology, but the way it's delivered to them? I say this because, as with my dear friend from Nevada, Susie Lee, I happen to represent a place that invented the most important domestic solar manufacturer in the country. They couldn't get any capital where I come from because we don't have those rich guys so much living in our area, those venture capitalists. So a man, a great man, a Republican, had an idea. He was a successful businessman, and he worked with glass. And he and his partner in the business developed a thermopane window for cars. He saved lives, including my own, by that thermopane window, and something that happened to me many years ago. But for First Solar to come out of Toledo, Ohio, and Defiance, Ohio, a little town in southern Henry County, is amazing. And what they have done over the last several years, and I have watched it, they're not finished. They're reinventing America. And this technology has a place. And this past week, I was going around to some of my agricultural communities that have been gerrymandered into my district, and I got a real present. The present was a Republican mayor, way at the edge of Ohio, almost into Indiana. You push him into Indiana. He figured out, not through the Department of Energy, but the Department of Agriculture, how to provide power to his town, and he intends to do it. And what he did was he bought some land, and he ended up somehow buying a solar field, not huge, and he's not taking prime farmland, but he has a municipal power. And he figured out a business plan for the technology as well as how to provide power behind the wire to the people. To the people. I'm not against shareholders, but oftentimes the people, as Congresswoman DeLauro said, they don't benefit. And I just thought for that town, which probably doesn't have 5,000 people, what he did was amazing. And they are now moving forward. He counted up tax credits and all this other stuff. And he goes, I'm going to cut my people's bills by half. And I said, sir, I'm going to talk about you in Washington, D.C. So I'm doing that today in Pioneer, Ohio. And they are pioneering. And that could happen in a lot of small towns that aren't connected to the big grid because he's not close to the big grid. So I just wanted to mention that, and that the systems we have don't always benefit the consumer. We need investors, but investors don't just vote for us. The people vote for us. So we try to make power more affordable to them. And if you can do stuff behind the wire, we ought to do it. I'm not against that, even in cities where we have municipal powers, like Toledo, Ohio, which doesn't use its municipal power, which drives me nuts. And neighborhood by neighborhood, we could cut bills if we were smarter, but we choose to live like it's 1946. It isn't. And so I just want to put in a word for innovation. And Secretary Wright, you have been developing plans to lower household costs. I want you to see what some of these folks are doing. The other technology I wanted to mention to you, and I'm having trouble getting anybody to pay attention to this in my area, but Ms. Malloy, Congresswoman Malloy from Utah, she and I have a love of geothermal. We haven't talked about geothermal here today, and I want to direct your attention to it because under the major city I represent, our power lines we've forgotten about for 100 years. It's where the storm sewer water and the sewage runs through. And there's thermal power there too. It's not geophysical deep wells 2,000 feet down. It's just below our feet. And we are dumping into Lake Erie, the shallowest of the lakes, the equivalent of about 40,000 barrels of oil every year. Lake Erie can't take it. She doesn't freeze over anymore usually. So if we could collect that geothermal power, both in our water, wastewater plants, which are the most expensive costs for any city, Cleveland, Lorain, Toledo, Detroit, and move it to the surface, it stays 45 to 70 degrees all year long. And so I keep looking at these bloodlines under the city and saying, there's a future there. And I know you are intelligent enough, Mr. Secretary, to understand that. So as these old cities have stormwater and sewage lines collapse underground because of age, as we rebuild, and we can capture that power. And there's technology to do that. But we just don't do it. And there are experiments out there going on, and I think that's part of our future. So I am for hydrocarbon and I'm for carbohydrate. In whatever form, I'm for thermal power. We shouldn't just dismiss the new technologies that people are developing. They will become more efficient, and I know you understand that. So I just wanted to put that on the record as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm all in on lower costs and energy innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always appreciate Ms. Capter's passion for many of the subjects she is very interested in.
Absolutely. Great partner.
Mr. Secretary, thanks for sticking around with us for a little bit this afternoon. Back to my first round of questions, I appreciated your response regarding the BPA and the need to hire a new administrator. Just following up on that, I wanted to emphasize that I think it's really important that consultation with regional stakeholders takes place, particularly this process for selecting a new administrator. As you mentioned, given the unique nature of BPA, it's truly a different kind of animal. It's absolutely crucial that the next person has a deep regional knowledge and expertise and truly a clear commitment to the unique mission of the BPA. So I just wanted to get that and your response to that too. But
No, totally agree, Congressman Newhouse. This is a very important institution that's part of the government, but it's critical to the economy in that region.
Absolutely.
And the value of wise management and willingness to lean in and move faster would benefit the local communities massively. Very important.
Yeah, thank you. So something that I'm very passionate about, so Ms. Capter is a good segue to this, but as you know, Washington State generates more hydropower than any other state in the country. And we're very proud of that. About 2/3 of our power comes from hydro. The lower Snake River dams are a crucial part of that, the infrastructure of the Snake River. And I appreciated you visiting there last December. I hope you enjoyed that as well. The dams provide flood risk mitigation, irrigation, recreation, transportation, and of course, power benefits. Generating that one dam that we went to generates enough energy to power the city of Seattle. So that's pretty amazing. Well, I think that may be the 4 dams that included on the Snake River. But while doing that, they provide world-class fish passage, which we're very proud of that as well. But despite of those facts, there are relentless efforts continuing to weaken and remove these dams, including the previous administration's efforts. Their memorandum that committed, get this, $1 billion taxpayer dollars to weaken the dams, which thankfully this administration reversed last year. Still, though, these efforts persist, and a recent court ruling requires increasing the spill over the dams, which will result in continuing to increase utility rates for customers and increase harm to fish through gas bubble poisoning. And so I just want to hear from you if you can reaffirm the administration's commitment to preserving these vital pieces of infrastructure and help ensure they're protected in future efforts to breach them.
Oh, hard to overstate the importance of hydropower. Because what's so great about hydropower, the dream power, you can turn up when you need it. A lot of times you don't need it, and you can turn it down when you don't need it. I always say nuclear is great because it's rock steady, doesn't matter what the weather is, it delivers rain or shine. But you need, on top of that, you need dispatchable sources of power. And the two biggest that can provide variable power we have are natural gas and hydro. You know, when everyone comes home and there's peak demand time, we can flow more water through the dam and get that power. And then when everyone goes to bed at night, we can lower it back down. So you can deliver power as you need it. That's the very valuable power. And I think your example in these lower Snake River dams is back to that California question. Why does California have expensive electricity? I mean, expensive electricity and expensive gasoline, expensive all these things? Because they've, in the name of the environment, they've done regulations that don't meaningfully change environmental outputs at all, but they took something that was originally intended for that and then just used it to weaponize, to kill industries they don't like. And that's what's happening in your district and of these lower Snake River dams. That fish mitigation technology, outstanding. You know, it's a real problem. We want the salmon, we want the fish, the ladders, the things that are done, the new turbines that they can go right through. Like, it's really, you solved a problem that was a real problem, but that wasn't enough for the people that are fighting against these dams. Because, and it sort of exposes the lie. It's not really about the salmon for them. It's they don't like these big pieces of industrial infrastructure that somehow they think they want to, you know, go back to the pre-industrial age. They would never want to live in that pre-industrial age, but they believe they want to go back that way, and they want to tear down infrastructure. I believe they represent a very small minority of the people, but they too often get viewed as they're environmentalists. Like, who doesn't want a clean environment? We all want a clean environment, but that's not real environmentalism. That's just people attacking infrastructure. The story of the Snake River dams is fantastic, what they've done for the environmental mitigation and dealing with the fish. They are critical energy resources for our country, and we cannot and will not allow to see those dams come down. So thank you for raising that issue and pushing that battle and educating me and others about what's going on out there. And I love that day at Cold Harbor, and I love hydropower even before I visited.
There you go. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Wright, I have a great deal of respect for you, and I want to give you an opportunity to directly respond to one of the questions that one of my colleagues asked, Congresswoman DeLauro. She's not here right now, but she did ask about something that was very troubling to me that I just wanted to get your direct response on, and that's in December of last year. Your lawyers filed a document in federal court and wrote that, I quote, "The selection of which DOE grant termination decisions were included in the October 2025 notice tranche was influenced by whether a grantee's address was located in a state that tends to elect and or has recently elected Democratic candidates," end quote. This was all written about in a December 2025 Washington Post article titled, "Trump Administration Admits to Targeting Blue States for Energy Grant Cuts." I ask unanimous consent to enter this article on the record, Mr. Chairman. And again, that's not political opponents talking. That was your own lawyers in federal court. So my first question is simple. I think you told us today that politics played no role. Your lawyers told a federal judge it did. How do you account for the discrepancy?
Actually, they're not inconsistent. What I've said is the evaluation of all the projects did not take into account politics. They looked at these projects on their merits, and that piece you just read does not contradict that. It said the announcements of the projects.
The selection.
Not the evaluation, not the choices that were made, the timing of the announcement of some
Okay.
of the evaluations.
If I could.
That does not reflect
Mr.
at all
Secretary.
on the evaluations that were done.
Your lawyers went further. They didn't deny the politics. So they argued that, and I quote, consideration of partisan politics is constitutionally permissible. They actually said that. That's the quote. They tried to justify it. A federal judge disagreed. What I want you to answer is that every single grant terminated in October 2025 was in a state that voted against the president. Not one red state project was touched. How do you account for that?
I think in that wording you saw the announcement, which is a timing question, not a decision question.
So the exact words from your lawyers were consideration of partisan politics is constitutionally permissible, and also, quote, the selection of which DOE grant termination decisions were included was influenced by whether a grantee's address was located in a state that tends to elect and or has recently elected Democratic candidates. So you won't
The selection of the decisions to be announced, not the decisions. Which
So I didn't
decisions,
wanna go
which were
here, Mr. Secretary.
non-political, were announced at that point in
I
time?
didn't want to go here because I do have tremendous respect for you. I want to have a good working relationship. I genuinely do. OMB director Vogt announced these cuts on social media as canceling, and I quote, green news scam funding to fuel the left's climate agenda, end quote. Before DOE sent a single termination notice, the president said the day before, and I am quoting, that the shutdown was an opportunity to do things that are bad for Democrats and irreversible. Are you telling this committee that was all a coincidence?
The timing, those decisions were made before then. They were made on merits and unrelated to politics. What you saw was which decisions may have been announced on that day. That was not a decision made by the Department of Energy. It did not impact whether we voted thumbs up or thumbs down on any projects.
So I don't think we're going to agree on this one, but let me ask you this. The Inspector General has opened a formal audit of these terminations. Will you commit right now to full cooperation with that audit?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's good. So I think you said also that you would be open to reconsidering some of the grant terminations. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely. We've had many dialogues with many different parties in all different, independent of geography.
And I know the business plan is very important and the private investment is very important. I want to bring your attention again to the Arches Hydrogen Hub in my state. I know sometimes my state can be a punching bag, but nonetheless, I want you to really consider the project for its merit. It forgoes over $10 billion in primarily private sector investments, threatens over 200,000 new jobs, and undermines a program that was slated to save nearly $3 billion per year in healthcare costs. So I know that California, the Arches program, they want to work collaboratively with you. They genuinely do, to see what areas of agreement there are and focus on advancing those. But there has been really no reciprocal effort made by DOE. So will you commit to engage in good faith with them, not on the basis of the politics, but on the basis of the merits and the business plan in the next, let's say, 60, 90 days?
Absolutely. You know, the problem there was they set cost goals for what would make it economically viable, and then they didn't show a pathway to even get remotely close to the cost goals. So if you spend a lot of money, but at the end you have nothing that's going anywhere, that's just a bad investment. But if we misunderstood the math, or they've got different math or different stuff, absolutely open for that dialogue.
Well, I'm sure they're listening to this, and they will take that back, and I'm sure they would be encouraged to have a conversation with you about it. So I appreciate very much your answers, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, Chairman. I happen to be looking at a list here of projects that were canceled, and I can tell you a few of them were in Texas, not a blue state. And I'll say this too, some of them needed to be canceled. I think of where we're headed from an energy standpoint, and just a few years ago, I remember talking to people in the energy sector, and it was kind of a debate over how we were going to, who was going to get the biggest piece of the pie, which energy type. And now, just a few years later, with the need for us to beat China at AI and the energy that that's going to require, among everything else we need for energy, the question is, how much pie can we make? And so when I think of things like carbon capture, that was extremely expensive on the back of the federal taxpayer, not only not producing energy at all, even though people would try to define that as an energy project, not producing energy at all, and then is a tremendous demand on energy actually in communities, raising the price for the consumer and all those different kind of things. I'm thankful that we're reevaluating some of the decisions of the last administration. I did want to ask you about this. You've been focused on base power, a bunch of different ways to produce energy, but particularly a focus on base power, and wanted to ask you about the Energy Dominance Finance Program and some of the tools you're using to stand up, particularly nuclear. Whatever this, I think we're realizing, again, from where we were just a few years ago to now, that nuclear has got to be a part of this equation if we're going to compete. But because this is new, in a sense, we haven't done this in decades, banks are not likely to fund it or are having a difficult time, standing up to fund these. Do you have any additional, do you need any additional authorizations or funding to the EDF to ensure you can provide financing for more nuclear reactors, including first-of-a-kind commercial scale deployments? And if not, when do you expect to announce loans for projects utilizing the SMR technologies that you've been working on and supporting?
So I hope in the not too distant future, we have been in dialogues with many players for large reactors, for small modular reactors, for large fleets of small modular reactors. So yeah, we're very keen to use the Energy Dominance Financing Office for that. It was retooled, the structure and the funding restrictions on the office in the bill last summer, in the reconciliation bill.
Right.
But we came out with a large lending authority, which is fantastic. We can do big things, but a relatively small credit subsidy is sort of the technical term, which really just means we need to lend to people that are going to pay us back. And I feel very good about that. I'm using American taxpayer money, not me, not us. We're using all of America's money. We should invest that with a road to lowering their energy costs and with their expectation they will get that money back. I think in the nuclear projects we're going to be in good stead there, because the data center developers are likely going to be large players in the equity. Meaning if the reactor takes $10 billion to build, we're going to get $2 billion or so invested in equity from giant hyperscale companies with huge balance sheets, and then our debt will come behind them, which means if it loses money, if it loses $2 billion, all of that is the equity guys. The debt is protected behind the equity investors. So I think we're going to have very creditworthy, investment-grade credits as our equity partners in the nuclear space. Some will be large utilities. Really, what's probably going to happen is we're going to have equity from hyperscalers. We're going to build reactors that will ultimately be sold on to utilities, but they couldn't fund them during construction. And then we'll get paid back, the other people get their equity money back, and you can recycle that money back into developing even more reactors. Right. But I do think it's going to be a very helpful tool. And after we build 10 or 12 of these reactors, I think the commercial lenders will be there, and you won't need the EDF anymore.
Right.
But to relaunch the nuclear industry, I think it's going to be a helpful partner, but I think we can do it in a responsible way for the American taxpayers. And in a way that'll drive more dispatchable, reliable power and lower rates ultimately.
And do you have a sense on timeline on how that will proceed over the next?
As soon as, there's many parties we're working with to get deals together. I suspect you should see announcements in the next 12 months about projects that are moving forward,
rough estimate,
that are going ahead. I'm excited about that. And again, another one of these things I just got to add in there. When we reviewed all of the existing loan portfolio, about $100 billion when we arrived, that was committed in the Biden administration, a lot of those things out there, we could not find one project that had in its plan lowering the cost of energy, electricity or any other form of energy. It was simply not even on the table for consideration.
Right.
They were about lower greenhouse gas emissions or just gambles on something, and people were happy to gamble with taxpayer money because if it didn't work, and a lot of those loans, unfortunately, are going to default. And we don't want to do that. We're going to spend the American taxpayer money like it's our own, because it is.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lee.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, the Nevada National Security Site, NNSS, is a critical component of our country's nuclear stockpile stewardship and readiness program. It's because of the work at NNSS that we do not have to conduct explosive nuclear tests to ensure that our weapons will work as well as they're designed to do. That work is more important now than ever given the current environment. There are several key projects at NNSS that need a sustained funding to stay on track. The U-1A Complex Enhancements Project, the Zeus Testbed Facility Infrastructure Project, and the construction of a new access shaft. These projects are designed to expand our experimental capabilities in support of our nuclear stockpile assessment programs and to ensure continued access to underground test facilities. And any disruption in funding for these projects risks delays that could compromise the stockpile stewardship mission. Adding to my concern is the uncertainty surrounding the funding provided to the NNSA weapons activities through the One Big Beautiful Bill. For months, it was unclear how those funds would be distributed across the nuclear security enterprise, and I understand that allocations have shifted significantly in recent weeks and then could shift again. Funding effectively ended up about $217 million less than what was in the president's budget request last year. So that kind of uncertainty makes it incredibly difficult for sites like NNSS to plan and execute this critical work. And I just wanted to know if you could clarify how the One Big Beautiful Bill funds are being allocated across the enterprise and whether any of those funds are going to be flowing to these projects in Nevada.
So ongoing dialogues across the team in NNSA about what to prioritize, what can only be funded this way, what could maybe be funded through another mechanism or funds out of another bucket. So it is a complicated process for sure about how these monies are allocated. I should have started by saying your intro comments about how important this site is to understand our stockpile, to understand new weapons designs, is absolutely true. It's an enormous advantage in this country that we have so much data from actual explosions that we can use with mathematical models to now predict the physics of what would happen with all these different designs with very well-calibrated, awesome models. That work enabled us to be in the strong position we are today, and continued testing of non-yield explosions, non-nuclear yield explosions in those sites is critical as well. Look, I visited the location, the sites, and the workers there. It is a key part of our NNSA arsenal. It will remain so. There is no plans or no dialogue to say, that's not as important anymore. Let's shrink that and move over here. There is none of that happening. This is a critical asset for the whole enterprise.
Great. So I completely agree with you. And so I just hope that we can work together and I can get your commitment that whether it's through the Big Beautiful Bill, allocations, fiscal year 27, or either future budget formulations, that these projects do not fall behind.
Let's dig into the details of those with my NNSA team and you on that. I share your concern and your passion for that.
Thank you.
Projects.
Do I have time?
You got a minute left?
Being on the Colorado River and given the extreme drought that occurred this winter, Lake Powell's, speaking of hydropower, Lake Powell's hydropower generation is at risk as the water level it's predicted by the Bureau of Reclamation, may before by December of 2026 fall to what we call dead pull, threatening power supplies for millions of Americans across 7 states, and obviously then force reliance on more expensive forms of energy. So just want to bring that. I know it's on your radar, but it is a serious, serious risk, especially in light of what happened this winter with respect to snowfall in the Rockies.
I agree. And that whole Colorado River Compact from over a century ago, in fact, I wrote a little thing about this, showing the flow data over the entire recorded history and then a proxy going back in time, wetter than normal period. And then I think at that time, it was supplying water to about 6 million people. And now in that same region, we have 60 million people. The demand for water is way higher. And that friction between the states on allocation, we got to make some progress there. Water's like energy. You can't do anything without it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. We're going to recognize Ms. Malloy for her final questions, and then Mr. Secretary, Ms. Kaptur has one quick question, and then we will adjourn. Ms. Malloy.
Thank you. As a fellow representative from a Colorado River Basin state, thank you for your attention to what's happening with our potential dearth of water to produce hydro energy. But I want to talk about the uranium reserve. So Utah is the home to the White Mesa Mill in Blanding, Utah. It is the only fully licensed and operating conventional uranium mill in the United States. We also have several uranium mining projects, bless you, at varying stages of development. And Congress funded the Strategic Uranium Reserve in 2020 to support domestic procurement, but funding's been inconsistent. And I would just like to hear your thoughts on what role you see these assets like the White Mesa Mill in Utah and our uranium mining sites playing in rebuilding the secure end-to-end domestic nuclear fuel cycle to meet the needs we have both for energy production and also for national security.
So very important is the short answer. I've met in my first few months in office with a number of the uranium miners in the United States and unfortunately former uranium miners that we want to become, again, uranium miners in the United States. That whole supply chain in our nuclear industry just fell apart. The Cold War ended. Russia flooded the world with enriched uranium from their bombs and weapon program, blended it down. We all decided, well, just buy it somewhere else. And we just lost the capacity to enrich uranium in this country, to mill uranium in this country, to fabricate fuel in this country, and then we stopped building nuclear power plants. We still got to power our existing plants, and we do that with imports and some foreign company investments in our own country. And I think you see a strong commitment from this administration that we need to reestablish the American supply chain of the nuclear industry, but including mining. We got to mine uranium in our country again. We got to mill uranium in our country again. I strongly believe we will. The demand signal of new reactors being built, new expansions going on. Think of even our weapons program, right? We need. Oh my God, I'm blanking on the term. We need uranium that's mined here, enriched here, and all that. Another brain cramp.
You've been in the hot seat for a long time.
Yeah, well, not that long actually. I just performed poorly today, but it is important. It is important. Utah has a great legacy in the uranium industry. It's gone through a few rough decades. I think we're going to see better times going forward, and we need to keep these facilities and these capabilities alive and in our country. 5 years from now, I think they're going to be booming.
Well, I would love to work with you over the next 5 years as we get to that boom to make sure we're doing it in a way that's good for the United States of America and also good for Utah and sustainable over time.
Let's do that. Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Malloy. And Ms. Kaptur, one final question. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you to the Secretary for mentioning in your testimony fusion power and the potential of fusion. I know it's a little bit down the road, but nonetheless, thank you for acknowledging that and the support you've provided for it. The second issue I just wanted to touch on was AI. And to give you a sense of the grassroots, I have never seen, and maybe Ohio is the only state, but I don't think so, Michigan and so forth, the public opposition that is arising, it's spontaneous combustion coming up from the grassroots. We must, as a country, find a way to communicate with people at the local level about what the implications of this, what they are. And I don't think we're doing a very good job. So, for example, township trustees come up to me. They have responsibility, they have no money, and they see big swaths of land, 100 acres that's taken, and some companies coming in. And they're told, well, go to the PUCO in Ohio. Well, they've never been to the PUCO before, and the opposition toward it rises and rises and rises. I would urge you to somehow, across the administration, to think about some type of mechanism you could create. Working with HUD, for example, I represent a city of 280,000 people, and we have a lot of old industrial properties. They don't have the money to clear them, to knock them down. That's land that's already there. And we have a way, we can work in every city across this country to provide space. But it's happening so fast. They're going out to the country, and the farmers are turning against AI because they see farm ground being taken, and they don't like it, believe me. So this is happening in many places, and I just wanted to put it on your radar. We have to find means to help people imagine a power package that doesn't overpower the grid. Maybe somehow we have to bring a power package with whatever is going in, but the zoning of where this should go, these companies are so wealthy, they just come in and buy the ground, and it goes beyond the local people. It's not treating the American people right, in my opinion. They have a right to be treated fairly and to understand what's going to happen in their area. Then it causes prices of energy to go up and water, and they're helpless. So there's something wrong with the way the private market is operating. It's so hungry for this, you know. That part is good, the hunger, but they're not meeting the ground in the right way. And what could happen is a backlash in this country. I see it. You should see the signs. There's more political signs against AI in our region than for candidates in the upcoming races. Now, that's pretty significant. So I think the states need help. If you were to say to me, trust Ohio's PUCO, let others make the judgment on that. But we need help. This is sophisticated stuff. And the building trades are all for building everything wherever they can. And I want them to. And I want them to earn good wages. But I don't know what backlash there's going to be, but I'm telling you it's coming. And we don't want that. We want a smooth transition to new technology, maybe across the administration. Maybe HUD could help by helping some of our mayors to clear land where there's already grid and there's already space. And there's not going to be a lot of cars that come to these power sites. But just talk to some of your staff when they go home to wherever they come from. What's happening out in the countryside is not good.
So, Representative Kaptur, if I may, you bring an opportunity, brownfield development, take existing things to build. We announced one of those in Portsmouth, Ohio, a while ago, to use an old industrial facility to build a huge data center and power production. So I agree with you. There's a real opportunity to build in brownfields.
Right.
And you also point out a risk, and it is a very real and unfolding risk today, is the opposition to AI is growing, particularly across rural America. The administration worked from the start, and we rolled out just a few weeks ago the Ratepayer Protection Pledge so that the developers of data centers need to bring money up front into communities. They need to sign deals that will stop the rise of power prices, that'll invest in the local communities for training and jobs. Like, I think the real deals are wins. They're big wins, but we don't talk about them very well. We don't advertise them. And I'm seeing the same thing you're seeing, that the country as a whole is going very negative on AI. And this is a risk because it will be a loss to America if we stop this development and this investments and this improvement. But if we don't market it better and we don't communicate it better, we're at risk. We need to change the public perception of AI. Thank you for raising that. I agree.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I thank the ranking member. Once again, I'd like to thank Secretary Wright for being here today. Thank you for your thoughtful and complete answers. So appreciate your coming before this Appropriations Subcommittee and for all you and your wonderful staff and department are doing for our country. A few housekeeping measures. I would ask that you please ensure that the hearing record, questions for the record, and any supporting information requested by the subcommittee are delivered, please, in final form to us no later than 4 weeks from the time that you receive them. Members who have additional questions for the record will have until the close of business next Wednesday to provide them to the subcommittee. And with that, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Good morning. Subcommittee will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. I would like to welcome everyone to this hearing. I also want to welcome a new member to the Appropriations Committee and to CJS, Representative Jefferson Shreve. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I know he will be a strong voice for Indiana on the committee. First one in the last, is it 40 years?
30.
Yeah. And we look forward to working together.
Likewise.
Thank you to our subcommittee members and to Secretary Lutnick for joining us to discuss the Department of Commerce fiscal year 27 budget request. The request for the Department of Commerce totals $9.2 billion, a $1.8 billion or 16.5% decrease from the current level. The request reiterates and builds on the budget the President submitted to Congress last year. He seeks to reinforce and expand on efforts to counter the strong-arm trade tactics of China and refocuses the department's trade activities on investments that create jobs in America and protect national security. The Department of Commerce has a wide-ranging portfolio. It must level an international trade landscape tilted against America, foster economic growth, conduct weather research and response, and produce statistics about our nation and economy. These responsibilities are bound together by the common goal of ensuring American prosperity. Its investments and resources are invaluable to rural communities like my district in eastern Kentucky. From NOAA's weather forecasters who provide severe weather warnings when seconds count, to EDA's essential work to grow economic opportunity, and the BEAD program's expansion of high speed, reliable broadband to rural areas, opening opportunities, and improving lives. The department's vital mission requires strong leadership and strong oversight. I would like to note that the committee only just this week received the department's complete fiscal year 26 spend plans and detailed budget request documents for fiscal year 27. Additionally, the department must ensure response to written questions from subcommittee members. Secretary Lutnick, these areas of communication and responsiveness should be a priority of yours. With that said, I look forward to hearing how this budget request furthers our shared goals. Let me recognize now the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Ming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to join you in welcoming Secretary Lutnick back to this subcommittee and also welcome our new member on the subcommittee, Mr. Shreve. At a time when American families are struggling with the high cost of gas, groceries, housing, and other essentials, the Trump administration is proposing a commerce budget that would make things worse. The fiscal year 27 budget request would hurt American jobs, small businesses, and economically distressed communities by completely eliminating Economic Development Administration grants and gutting the ITA's efforts to expand U.S. exports. The administration is once again proposing to zero out the Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program, which helps small and medium-sized U.S. manufacturers create and preserve U.S. manufacturing jobs. It also is again proposing to defund the Minority Business Development Agency after attempting to illegally shut it down. And the administration is proposing to rescind all of the remaining funding for the Digital Equity Program, which Congress appropriated on a bipartisan basis to help veterans, seniors, rural communities, and people with disabilities afford and make full use of high-speed internet. The American economy and hardworking Americans are getting squeezed. Yet, at the same time, Secretary Lutnick's own family has greatly benefited from many of the deals that have been arranged by the Commerce Department over the past year. According to a New York Times investigation in November, never in modern U.S. history has the Office of the Secretary of Commerce intersected so broadly and deeply with the financial interests of the Commerce Secretary's own family. Furthermore, the Commerce Department has been plagued by mismanagement over the past year, beginning with the damage done by Elon Musk's Doge. Last year, Secretary Lutnick, you told this subcommittee that no Weather Service meteorologists were fired, when in fact many meteorologists were fired. We learned in a hearing before this subcommittee last month that the department and the National Weather Service still have not backfilled all of the National Weather Service's frontline staff positions that were so needlessly lost last year. The department's responsiveness or lack thereof to this committee has also been concerning. More than 10 months after our subcommittee submitted questions for the record following the Secretary's last appearance, we still have received no answers. The department also failed to submit its fiscal year 26 spend plan in accordance with the legal deadline, as all of the spend plans were 4 or more weeks late, and we only this week received the spend plans for the department's largest bureau, NOAA, and for the Minority Business Development Agency, which were legally due to our Appropriations Committee a month and a half ago. The department's fiscal year 27 budget justification documents were also late in being publicly released. All of these delays are completely unacceptable and obstruct our committee's ability to conduct oversight and to make informed decisions about the federal budget on behalf of the American people. Finally, I was disturbed to learn from disclosures in the Epstein files that Secretary Lutnick had personal and business interactions with Jeffrey Epstein for years after Epstein was registered as a sex offender. Secretary Lutnick previously claimed that he cut ties with Mr. Epstein in 2005, but the Epstein files show the secretary took a trip to Epstein's private island in 2012. 4 years after Epstein's conviction for solicitation of prostitution from a minor. The secretary's dishonesty calls into question the truthfulness of other statements he has made to Congress on the record. The American people deserve honesty from those with the privilege of holding public office. And I will say once again that the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific crimes deserve truth, accountability, and justice. I look forward to the Secretary's testimony and to answers to the many questions that my colleagues and I have. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ming. I'd like now to recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Laurel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Meng, for convening this hearing today. And thank you, Secretary Lutnick, for being here and listening to your testimony and have a good back and forth and give and take on questioning. From where I'm sitting, it is difficult to view the Trump administration's trade policy as anything short of disastrous. The president ignited a global economic crisis by imposing significant taxes on American consumers without any thought to whom they were taxing or why they were imposing these taxes in the first place. In case my colleagues have forgotten, in April of last year, the president announced he was imposing a 10% tariff on almost every country in the world, including a group of volcanic islands that are populated not by people, but by penguins. This would be amusing if not for the fact that this lazy and haphazard application of tariffs has had such a harmful effect on American consumers. Data from the Yale Budget Lab found that the president's trade war increased the cost of food for American families by $1,700 throughout 2025. Minor changes in our trade deficit are cold comfort to anyone who has to pay attention to the price of groceries, although I understand there are not many people in the president's cabinet who fall into this category. If the purpose of implementing these tariffs and price hikes on consumers was to promote U.S. job growth, it failed. The U.S. economy created less than 600,000 jobs in 2025. In 2024, before the president took office and put these tariffs in place, that number was 2 million. When all was said and done, at the end of 2025, unemployment was up, and the economy had the worst year for job growth since 2020, the last year of President Trump's prior term. Earlier this year, we learned that the tariffs the president chose to charge American consumers were not only ill-advised, but also illegal, according to the Supreme Court. And now, after charging higher prices because of these illegal tariffs, American companies are trying to get their money back from the government. American consumers, on the other hand, working families who are struggling to keep up with the rising cost of living, they get no relief. I've introduced legislation, the Tariff Relief for Consumers Act, to ensure that refund dollars provide relief for consumers and small businesses and do not simply line the pockets of large corporations and other importers. The American people are fed up with this administration's gross mismanagement of the economy. A poll released earlier this week, an Associated Press poll, found that 70% of Americans disapprove of the president's handling of the economy, while only 30% approve. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate that you are here today to tout what you believe the administration's accomplishments on trade and the economy are. But 7 in 10 Americans are not buying what this administration is selling. Given the increasingly dire economic outlook, I would have thought that the Trump administration would look to shore up its domestic economic programs, to find ways to pull us out of this hole that they have been digging. Unfortunately, the president's budget request does just the opposite. The administration is proposing to eliminate all Economic Development Administration grants, claw back another $63 million in grant funding that was already approved in this body on a bipartisan basis. The EDA helps create jobs, especially in rural areas. From 2018 to 2024, the EDA created or retained more than 727,000 jobs and spurred more than $80 billion in private investment. I know I do not need to sell you on the Economic Development Administration, Mr. Secretary, given that during your confirmation hearing, you expressed support for the program and said that you intended to maintain it. The president's budget also proposes eliminating the Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program, which is designed to help small and medium-sized American manufacturers grow, creating more jobs and stimulating local economies. I thought the whole point of the trade war was to support American manufacturing. It has obviously failed in that respect, so why eliminate a long-standing program that actually helps solve the problem? It does not make any sense. You've eliminated the Minority Business Development Agency, and again in your confirmation testimony, you assured that you did not support dismantling this program. Currently, there is a permanent injunction blocking the implementation, but still the administration proposes the elimination of the Minority Business Development Agency. You cut funds for the International Trade Administration. The administration proposes clawing back a total of more than $2.3 billion from funding under the Commerce Department. In addition to the EDA, the administration is proposing to rescind funding that was passed. I want to repeat, we passed as an Appropriations Committee, Democrats, Republicans, House and Senate. We appropriated this money. It was part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, as well as clawing back money and rescinding funding for operations, research, and facilities at NOAA. Lastly, the president's request proposes cutting the budget for the Office of the Inspector General at the Commerce Department by $10 million, more than a fifth of their current funding. We have seen how officials in this administration have exploited the public trust for private gain. It is deeply concerning to see that the Internal Oversight Office charged with preventing waste, fraud, and abuse is being defunded under this budget. The American people should have faith that government officials are working in their interest and are not just out to make a quick buck for themselves. I look forward to hearing your testimony and, again, your answers to our questions. Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Secretary. I thank the chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. I would now like to recognize our witness, Secretary Lutnick, for an opening statement. Without objection, your written statement will be entered into the record. Mr. Secretary, we're delighted to have you with us. This is your official Congressional Oversight Subcommittee. We want to be helpful to you in your duties, and we want to know some answers that we all have. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for having me here. Thank you, Representative Meng, and the members of the subcommittee. I appreciate you having me here today, and welcome. Over the past 15 months, President Trump has proven that the American economy is the strongest and most resilient in the world. When businesses look for the place to expand manufacturing, they drive innovation, and they hire more workers, they are decisively choosing the United States. Micron, for example, $200 billion investment in memory semiconductor manufacturing in Idaho, upstate New York, and Virginia. TSMC's $165 billion advanced manufacturing investment in America's semiconductor logic sector. Texas Instruments' $60 billion investment for 7 U.S. semiconductor fabs across 3 manufacturing megasites, Texas and Utah, are just a few examples of the Trump administration's commitment to driving semiconductor investment and bringing jobs back to the United States. I could spend our entire time together listing the record-setting commitments company after company and industry after industry have made to build in America. Trillions of dollars of capital investment are pouring into America, led by President Trump and the United States Department of Commerce. I'm proud of the leadership role the Department of Commerce has played in providing the support and encouragement these businesses need to revive American manufacturing, and we have only just begun. Over the past few months alone, the Department of Commerce has announced multiple $15 billion plus record-setting critical energy investments across this country, from Pennsylvania and Georgia to Texas and Tennessee, that will accelerate economic growth, ensure U.S. energy dominance, bolster critical supply chains, and strengthen U.S. national and economic security. In addition to the massive historic trade agreements with Korea and Taiwan, the impressive $550 billion trade deal with Japan has announced 6 projects in the past 6 months, which include $40 billion for small modular reactors in Tennessee and Alabama, a $33 billion 9.2 gigawatt natural gas-fired facility in Ohio, $17 billion natural gas-fired power generation hub in Southwest Pennsylvania, and $16 billion for natural gas in East Texas. That goes on top of $2 billion for a deepwater crude oil export terminal in the Gulf of America and $600 million for a critical high-pressure, high-temperature synthetic diamond grit facility in Georgia. Just last month, Secretary Wright and I were in southern Ohio to break ground on that 9.2 gigawatt natural gas facility. This project will develop the largest natural gas facility in history. It'll lower electricity costs across the region, create thousands and thousands of American jobs, strengthen our national security, and help the U.S. meet the energy needs of our future. Beyond these historic investments, the Department of Commerce continues to work around the clock to implement President Trump's America First trade policy. Under Section 232, the Commerce Department is taking action on steel, aluminum, copper, pharmaceuticals, autos, semiconductors, and investigating other sectors to protect, reshore, and revive manufacturing. These actions have led to multi-billion-dollar commitments to reshore steel and aluminum manufacturing and restore American excellence in critical industries. In the first year of his second term, President Trump has dramatically reduced the trade deficit, lowering imports and increasing exports. Exports went to $3.4 trillion, which is a 6% increase from 2024. And in 2025, the trade deficit was the lowest we've seen in 16 years. I'm proud of the role I played in negotiating our most important trade agreement, including the largest deal ever done, which was our trade deal and investment deal with the European Union. BIS is working hand in hand with the Department of Health and Human Services. We've arranged historic agreements to lower drug prices for American consumers, negotiating most favored nation deals and ensuring Americans pay the lowest prices for innovative medicines. As a result of these deals, additionally, we have secured over $400 billion in commitments to reshore pharmaceuticals and manufacturing in America, those key pharmaceuticals. The budget includes a $215 million increase to BIS above the 2026 enacted level, which support the hiring of hundreds of new special agent law enforcement officials to address the theft of American technological leadership by bad actors. These officers are critical to protecting and defending America's innovation. In ITA, we are driving record foreign direct investment, cracking down on harmful foreign trade practices, and supporting our 1.3 million American jobs with export and investment deals. In 2025, ITA helped Boeing, Wabtec, and other major American companies secure a record $244 billion in contracts with foreign public buyers. This exceeds the $17 billion that the Biden administration did in its first year. The budget includes a $10 million increase to the 2026 enacted level for trade enforcement in ITA and $100 million for the United States Investment Accelerator. The budget slashes unnecessary wasteful spending at NIST and other groups and eliminates the manufacturing extension partnership, which I'm sure we will talk about. At the USPTO, we are rapidly modernizing and leveraging technology to cut classification prep dramatically. We want to get rid of the massive backlog that we had and do a much better job. And finally, we have launched a new era of modernization of NOAA, where we're in the process of transferring the agency's IT system from a decades-old hardwired technology to the modern distributed cloud. This update will improve our forecasting capabilities, transform the way our forecasters do their jobs, and will make Americans safer. The budget also includes a $135 million increase to the 2026 enacted level for NOAA's shipbuilding and our improvement of unmanned systems programs. For far too long, our nation was mired in status quo, leaving American consumers and producers alike with unfair, poorly implemented trade deals, outsourced jobs, and paltry investments that failed to meet our country's potential. President Trump is committed to ushering in a golden age of domestic commerce and bringing jobs back to the United States, and that's exactly what he's done in his first 15 months of this administration. I look forward to working with you as the department continues to spur economic growth and secure unprecedented prosperity for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having me here today.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule for questions. I will begin by recognizing myself. Mr. Secretary, the request for the Bureau of Industry and Security, which is instrumental to the nation's export control system, seeks to nearly double the size of the Bureau's annual appropriation. How would this historic investment help counter China?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. BIS is the front line and our key defense from China trying to get our best chips and our best technology, which we have export controls and we don't allow them to get. But if we don't have the law enforcement officials and we can't stop them, then they'll find their way around our rules. And so we want to significantly grow our law enforcement special agents at BIS, and their returns are remarkable. I know on the budget we talk about expense, but these agents bring between 3 and 10 times their revenue annually in fines. Not only do they stop these companies, but then we fine these companies and make way, way more revenue for the United States of America. But that budget is two sides, right? The revenue is not part of my budget, just the expense. But I want you to know these agents are massively economically and intellectually important to the United States.
On this topic, how is the department using its export control authority to prevent sensitive U.S. technologies from ending up in the hands of our adversaries?
We use at BIS our export control to make sure that the countries of concern and countries that are our adversaries cannot get our best technology. We don't want them to get our best chips. We don't want them to get our best software. We want to make sure that we, who are the innovator in the world, remain far in the lead. And so this group is the front line that holds those back. And we continuously discuss across this administration each and every product, work together as an administration to make sure that those countries are not getting our best technology and innovations.
How is BIS partnering with other law enforcement agencies?
We work extremely well with Customs and Border Patrol, right? That is a key place. DHS is very close with us. The FBI is very close with us. The DOJ, we just had a huge criminal action where a large company was trying to ship billions of dollars of our best chips to China. and they were arrested together with DOJ. So we work very closely with law enforcement. These are the intellectual law enforcement agents of the U.S. government. They're in BIS, they have badges and guns, but they work closely with other law enforcement to make sure those who are trying to steal our best can't get away with it.
Let me talk with you briefly about the important work of EDA in rural communities like mine. The assistance to coal communities supports areas negatively impacted by changes in the coal economy. I've seen the devastation that a local economic downturn can cause to a small community and the positive impact that economic development program have in the aftermath to support recovery and foster economic growth. Sir.
I think the coal program can and is very important, and we can help these communities. You know, the Trump administration just announced a deal in Pennsylvania to open 2 very large coal mines. We are very pro clean, beautiful coal, as you know. The EDA has significant appropriations, and I will make sure to get that money out the door efficiently, effectively, and with deep consideration. If you appropriate it, I will make sure, and our department will make sure we do it as smart and efficiently as possible. Prior administrations sat on these. That is not this department. This department will have the appropriated money that you have given us for EDA smartly, efficiently, and effectively out the door by the end of this year.
NTIA, under your leadership, was able to refocus the broadband equity access and deployment program on maximizing taxpayer value. Kentucky was allocated $1.1 billion under the program and had plans approved for about $400 million to expand broadband access. When will NTIA provide Kentucky guidance on eligible uses for the remaining $700 million?
For the BEAD program, Congress had allocated $42 billion when I walked in the door. And you had a set of rules on who to cover for each state, and their teams were amazing. Working with the states was amazing, and working with Kentucky was very impressive. Your team did a great job. But they were only going to give it to fiber and spend all $42 billion in a one-size-fits-all model, which made no sense. You had some people who $150,000 fiber run to a house that was worth $100,000. It was crazy town. So we rebid it without any technological limitations. If it's satellite, if it's fixed wireless, if it's fiber, whatever's best. And we executed the plan for $21 billion exactly according to the statute. Half the money. So we now have a high-class problem. We have executed what you wanted to do exactly right for $21 billion, and we have $21 billion remaining. So here's what we did. We went on a listening tour. We had over 1,000 people, gave us hundreds and hundreds of comments. We're sorting through those hundreds of comments, and we're going to come out with a plan for the high-class problem of having absolutely executed the model that you gave us to go out and now do new and exciting things with that money in the model of the statute that you've given us.
Thank you, sir. Ms. May?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, before I begin my question, I just want to say that it's great to hear that you, Mr. Secretary, and the Trump administration is continuing the great investments that were made into our domestic chips manufacturing, started by the Biden-Harris administration, whether it's TSMC, Micron, Texas Instruments, billions were invested during the Biden administration. And I was grateful as a New Yorker to see the investments in Micron in my home and your home state of New York. We were so thrilled to welcome President Joe Biden to announce them during his administration. But I do want to start, Mr. Secretary. I mentioned in my opening statement that we had learned in recent months that, contrary to your earlier statement in which you suggested that you had cut off all contact with Epstein in 2005, you and your family had in fact had lunch with Mr. Epstein on a boat during a trip to his private island in 2012 and exchanged business emails with him as recently as 2018. This was years after his 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution from a minor. I just wanted to ask, why did you publicly claim following your nomination that you were never in a room with him after 2005?
So I voluntarily agreed in less than 2 weeks to sit with your colleagues in the House and answer any and all questions on this topic. I have nothing to hide, and I am glad to answer their questions. Whatever questions you have on this topic, I will be glad to answer. It's in less than 2 weeks, and we've set aside the time to do that, and I will answer all the questions. So whatever questions you have, if you would give them to your colleagues, I will answer them. But today, I am here to testify about the budget. I've set aside voluntarily the time to answer those questions in less than 2 weeks. So today I am here to testify about the budget.
No, I appreciate that, and we'll definitely make sure that that message and offer is emphasized. When Senator Van Hollen in February asked if you would be willing to share any records that you have, you told him that you would surely talk about that. You had nothing to hide. You know, what, if anything, have you done since that hearing to ensure that you are sharing all of your records?
I've set aside in less than 2 weeks the time that your House colleagues want to have me answer these questions. I am here to testify about the budget, but I have set aside voluntarily the time to answer these questions. And as you correctly have said, I have nothing to hide.
Okay, I just, why I'm asking is because our American public deserves honesty and accountability from those of us who have the privilege of holding public office. This is a budget hearing, but it's also about our American taxpayers' money. The survivors of Epstein and his associates' horrific crimes deserve so much better from this government. I do want to use the rest of my time to ask about the Gold Card Visa program. President Trump directed you, in coordination with the Secretary of State and Homeland, to establish a Gold Card Visa program. As you know, people who are able to pay at least $1 million into Commerce's gift account are eligible for permanent legal residence and potentially citizenship. I wanted to ask how many of these applications have been approved and how many gifts have been received by Commerce?
The process was recently resolved with DHS, who runs the program, and they do a $15,000, the most serious vetting and analysis of any potential applicant in the history of government. Usually it was $600. These pay $15,000 for an extraordinary vet. So they have approved recently one person, and there are hundreds in the queue that they are going through the process. But this is a new program, and they've just set it up, and they wanted to make sure they did it perfectly. And so we've worked through that. But it's a DHS program done with a rigorous vetting.
Okay. And do you know how the department would intend to spend the billions of dollars in the gift account?
That will be determined by the administration, and its terms are for the betterment of the United States of America. It needs to be for commerce and the betterment of the United States of America.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Meek. Mr. Alford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you
Ranking Member Ming and our ranking member of our full committee. Good to see you. And thank you, Secretary, for being here today. You know, we depend on the Department of Commerce to play a central role in supporting American competitiveness through weather forecasting, standard development, trade enforcement, and economic development in communities all over our great nation. The fiscal year 27 proposal reflects the administration's effort to streamline operations, to prioritize core missions, and to make sure that taxpayer resources are focused where they can have the greatest impact. With proposed budget adjustments across NOAA, NIST, EDA, and ITA, I look forward to hearing how the department will continue delivering strong, reliable services while advancing productivity and modernization. I want to talk a little bit about weather. I think last time you were here, we had a very robust conversation about NOAA. I'm glad to say that our operation in Pleasant Hill, Missouri is still operating with humans, and thank you for that. It's tornado season in Missouri, and we had a EF1 hit not too far from my home last week in Belton, Missouri. Did minimal damage. The next few days could become an outbreak for tornadoes in the Kansas City area. Sunday and Monday is not looking good. The FY27 budget proposal includes $70 million in procurement funding for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, including investments in next-generation weather satellites. How will these planned upgrades translate into benefits for my constituents?
The National Weather Service had walls around itself, right? We had satellites. We used the data we had for satellites. We'd launch balloons. We used the data that we captured from balloons. We have our own tracking aircraft. We are now going to buy data. That $70 million allows us to buy data available on commercial satellites. So take in more data. Give up none, but add data. Right? Have unmanned aircraft that can go into the hurricane and stay there without the risk of loss of life. Right? Think of how much better that is. They can live inside the hurricane. And you know how horrifically scary tornadoes are. And the ability to warn early on tornadoes is absolutely difficult. And the people at the National Weather Service have been the most impressive. They are the most dedicated, most loyal, and they work their tails off. And you see when it becomes risky, you've never seen people pour in to try to help. And that's why we need to have an automated model so that the people in the next town, right, those forecasters can get the same data and assist. And we can have the whole set of meteorologists and hydrologists help. And that's what I'm going to leave this department with, the most modern National Weather Service ever that will help protect and defend all of us because we rely on it. And it's really important to you and really important to me.
I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. I'm also proud to support the University of Missouri's research reactor, MURR, the most powerful university-based reactor in the country. It is a critical national supplier, as you know, of life-saving medical isotopes that treat cancer patients each and every year. We're trying to raise the money now for a second reactor. It's a game changer in medicine. How will Commerce continue to support university-linked research facilities such as reactor operations?
Our university system is one of the great assets of our country, and our tech hubs and on our biology work, medical work. These are extraordinary opportunities, and we are focused on making sure that the universities work together in consortia with business to create the best outcomes. Right? We are very, very focused on outcomes, and that's what matters the most to Commerce. Is that we want to make sure if you appropriate money, that we're going to get the benefit of the bargain for the American people and be great stewards of the money you give us.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your service. And with that, I yield back, Chair.
Ms. DeLauro?
Mr. Secretary, during the campaign, the president made a lot of promises about trade policy. And I quote, he would put more money into our pockets and create millions and millions of new manufacturing jobs. I mentioned earlier in my opening remarks, I think hardworking families are not really feeling this reality. The president's tariffs have exacerbated the cost of living crisis that people are experiencing today. I know the president says it's not an affordability crisis, that's a hoax, but talk to working Americans every day. They are living paycheck to paycheck. It's tough. And American families now have paid more than $1,700 each in tariff costs last year. And so things are now worse because of the president's war of choice with Iran, and we see the price of gasoline going up. The president made promises also about manufacturing, and the U.S. trade deficit in manufactured goods was $62 billion higher in 2025 compared to 2024. Not exactly the manufacturing renaissance that was promised. So let me ask you, Secretary, and I asked Ambassador Greer the same question last week, and let me ask this of you. Do you know how many manufacturing jobs the United States lost per day last year, the first year of President Trump's second term?
I don't know that statistic.
Okay, well,
One way or the other.
Let me just say, this is according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics data. U.S. manufacturing lost more than 100 jobs per day from February 2025 to February 2026. That's more than 88,000 jobs in total. It's not a trade policy that delivers for working people. Do we not calculate the number of jobs lost? And what do we think about that? You know, this is really pretty extraordinary when we were supposed to, be producing all of these manufacturing jobs. I would just say that the other thing with the Bureau of Labor Statistics, according to them, on net, there was an increase of over 500,000 manufacturing jobs under the Biden administration. And I really don't want to have to talk about the Biden administration, but you all have been here for well over a year, and we now need to measure your performance against standards that you set. There is a decline in manufacturing jobs that we've seen in the first year. So let me ask you what your response to that is, in the decline of manufacturing jobs.
The tariff and trade policy of President Trump and this administration is to bring manufacturing back to America. But as Representative Meng points out, when we were up in Micron, we broke ground on a $100 billion plant that's going to have 40,000 construction jobs. TSMC in Arizona, again, 40,000 construction jobs. I broke ground in Ohio, 25,000 construction jobs. So the manufacturing is going to start in 2 or 3 years when these factories come online, but construction, bringing this back, 400 billion in pharmaceuticals, 200 billion in autos. These are huge historic
numbers. Let me
numbers.
reclaim my time for a moment, Mr. Secretary, because I know, but you can't even tell us how many jobs we've lost. So I don't know about what we're seeing in the future. But you this is a good a segue for me, what you're doing. Your budget suggests that this committee, and in your budget request, you abandon the programs, do the work of trying to promote American manufacturing. Just, look at you zero out the Manufacturing Extension Partnership, which provides small businesses with tools, training, resources to grow, innovate, remain competitive. You also eliminate the Economic Development Administration grants, supporting workforce development, innovation, entrepreneurship. And let me also say, it's worth noting that in your confirmation hearing, you opposed cuts to EDA, and it's now going to be eliminated. You've got the International Trade Administration, the Global Markets Program. How do you propose that small businesses to survive and thrive if you're not going to give them the tools that they need to be able to perform, to support development, to support workforce development? It's just incomprehensible. You mentioned these very large projects that you're doing, but you're cutting all of these efforts off to deal with small businesses and their ability to be able to succeed and to grow manufacturing. Comment? What's the matter?
Mr. Lauro, thank you.
The time, I just wanted to ask whether you wanted me to
Why don't
respond.
you just try to
move on.
answer it?
It's up
The
to you, sir.
chairman will. Why don't you try to answer the question, Mr. Secretary?
Time of the gentlelady has expired. Mr. Clyde?
No answers to the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Lutnick, thank you for appearing before our committee today. I want to thank you for the Bureau of Industry and Security's decision to rescind the Biden-era interim final rule on firearm export controls. That rule placed an undue burden on American firearm manufacturers and shut them out of overseas markets. Rescinding it was the right call. And so I appreciate the administration's action on this and want to say thank you. And also, the example that you gave of the BEAD, the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program savings of $21 billion. Did I get that right? $21 billion? Okay.
$21 billion.
$21 billion. That is incredible, and that is a great testament to someone who comes in and says, you know, I think we need some competition in this, and we need to be able to look at it and say one size doesn't fit all. All right, and so I think this highlights the president's constitutional authority of impoundment. Here you have done something with 50% of the money, and you've got 50% of the money saved. And therefore, I think that should be able to either go back to the Treasury or simply be unspent, because in the end, it ends up being borrowed money. So with that, I thank you. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the BEAD program. Blue Ridge Mountain EMC in my district is a member-owned cooperative or electric cooperative, was excited to receive $3.8 million BEAD award toward their $13.1 million project to connect 3,700 hard-to-reach households in Northeast Georgia with broadband. But on January 12th of this year, the National Telecom and Information Administration quietly added new language to the BEAD general terms and conditions, requiring cooperatives to comply with FCC pole attachment rules across their entire service footprint, not just the BEAD-funded areas, but for the entire service footprint. And this is a serious problem for a few reasons, and I'll go through that. First, Congress explicitly exempted electric cooperatives from FCC pole attachment rules under Section 224 of the Communications Act. And as I understand it, the NTIA has no mandate to undo that exemption. Second, and most critically, Blue Ridge Mountain EMC is regulated by the Tennessee Valley Authority, which governs pole attachment rates for all 153 TVA-served utilities using a standardized valley-wide methodology. And so as I see it, NTIA is demanding that this cooperative violate its obligations to its own congressionally authorized federal regulator in order to accept a federal grant from a different agency. Blue Ridge Mountain EMC has concluded that the compliance burden may already outweigh the benefit and may be forced to walk away from the grant entirely, and I don't want to see that happen at all. All right, so are you familiar with this kind of issue, with this issue?
That's the benefit of this job. I'm familiar with all of these issues.
Okay, great, fantastic.
I just want to let you know, so I looked into this.
Yes.
The TVA is exempt from these rules.
Okay.
And Blue Ridge Mountain EMC is exempt, and they can stick to the policy and the process that you and I would agree is the best for your area.
Okay, so thank you for that commitment. I was going to ask you for that, and you beat me to the punch. So thank you very much. We'll take that as gospel. So thank you, sir. I was encouraged to see your budget request reduces the Department of Commerce's footprint by $1.8 billion, a 16.5% decrease from the FY26 enacted level, and your proposal rightly eliminates duplicative programs within the Economic Development Administration and the Minority Business Development Agency and curtails billions in federal funding dollars that the Biden-Harris administration funded funneled, into radical climate initiatives, research, and grant programs. So, Mr. Secretary, you propose eliminating the Economic Development Administration and the Minority Business Development Agency. Can you describe how both of these agencies, the EDA and the MBDA, were wasting taxpayer dollars on earmarks for political pet projects and subsidies for leftist ideologies, and the reasoning then behind that savings?
So, for example, the MBDA had a very, very rough IG report. And I have that audit here. And it is brutal. It actually literally says that over 92% of the awards should never have been made, that the economic analysis was wrong and flawed. And so it was a mess. So we sought to make it zero because it was a mess. If it was effective, great. But if, and these other programs, the problem like the MEP, right? The idea is a good idea, but you should read the Inspector General's report. It'll make you sick to your stomach. They overpay the people. This was a set up in 1988 to do advanced manufacturing. And what happened is it just crept and crept and crept to where the money was just not being used effectively. So whatever appropriations you give to me, what I will promise you is I will do our darndest to use it incredibly effectively for the benefit of the bargain of the American people. But if the current program is broken, like MBDA, right, I'm obviously going to suggest to you to zero it out.
Sure.
Right? Because it's broken. I'm not saying the ideas are wrong. I'm saying if the execution is wrong, I've got to come here and tell you it's broken and you can feel good to zero it out. If you want to come up with a new program and talk about it, let's do that together, but let's not do it wrong.
Well, thank you. I think that's wise counsel, and I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Morelli?
Thank you. I would note, Mr. Chair, that gave Mr. Clyde a minute and a half additional time, and the ranking member was cut off and wouldn't answer, wouldn't listen to the answer by the secretary. But anyway, Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I often quote, as my friend reminds me, Mark Twain, but I'll quote you. You said the U.S. economy is the strongest and most resilient in the world. I think if Mr. Twain were here, he would say, given this administration, it needs to be. Last year, you testified before this subcommittee when I shared my concerns about, I have business leaders in Rochester, New York, because, Republicans aren't the only people who talk to business leaders and people making investments about tariff policies that have thrown them into a constant state of uncertainty. And the chaos remains the only predictable thing in this administration. The past year, there have been dozens of changes to tariff rates, target countries, products covered, specific exemptions, and a complete overhaul of the tariff authorities being used. When businesses don't have predictability, and I learned a long time ago, when I'd meet with business leaders, they'd say predictability is the most important thing. You do almost anything you want. I mean, they wouldn't like it, but at least if it's predictable. There is no predictability. And the market conditions are changing literally week to week. The ranking member mentioned $34 billion drop in factory construction investments in the last year, 89,000 manufacturing jobs lost. And I appreciate the continuity between the Biden and Trump administrations, from Micron, which is up in my region, and others. I'm proud of that. As Americans, we should be. But it's hard to argue when 30% of Americans approve of the administration's handling of the economy, 89,000 manufacturing jobs lost, and chaos. I don't know what to tell business leaders. So if you don't mind just answering that question, because I think this uncertainty is, and look, this is important. These are people's lives, families' lives. And from day to day, I hear from leaders say, I don't know what to do.
You would tell business leaders to build in America. Build in America. We have advanced manufacturing. Let's build in America. $400 billion of pharmaceuticals coming in because of our tariff policy. Semiconductors, we will have $1 trillion of semiconductor announced investments during President Trump's administration $1 trillion of semiconductor manufacturing.
Well-
One, again, and again.
Let me just, for a moment, let's just hone in on that. So I represent Rochester, New York. Dozens of small and medium-sized optics manufacturers, one of the great optics manufacturing and research centers in the United States. These companies create everything from eyeglasses to metrology machines. They have lenses and hypersonic missiles. Almost everything that has a microelectronic chip has a lens. One I talked to just a few weeks ago, they're trying to onshore more of their production. To do that, they have to buy a multi-million-dollar machine from because it's not made in the United States. They have to buy it from allies. It's a $10 million purchase. The tariff alone from the country that they're bringing it in from under a Section 232 tariff is 10%, adds $1 million to the upfront cost. They're thinking about not doing it. Because reclaiming $1 million on these. So respectfully, building in the United States is great. I talked to a company that has manufacturing in Rochester and manufacturing in Berlin. Because of Canadian imports that are going to get taxed, they said to me, it is less expensive for us, more profitable for us to build that, extend that manufacturing line in Berlin than it is in the United States. So look, I'd love to tell people to build it. We all want, all of us, Democrats, Republicans, I don't care who you are, build more manufacturing jobs in the United States, but you're losing them. And yes, you can cite an investment here or there, but the problem is the playing field is uneven, it's chaotic, respectfully, it's reckless. And look, I appreciate you. You have to be the cheerleader for it. And not just you, every Commerce Secretary is a cheerleader for every president. I get that. But at some point, you got to advise the president, this is reckless. It's hurting Americans. Even the notion, you're talking about auto manufacturers. The president's talking about Chinese auto manufacturers coming to the United States. They're going to compete with American auto manufacturers? But that's what we're talking about. And you're talking about China.
No.
And by the way, they're electric vehicles.
No, they're not allowed to bring Chinese cars here. Absolutely not.
Well, the president's talking about allowing Chinese manufacturers to build and sell into American markets. It's announced last week. He's talking about it.
No.
Okay. Well, you should talk to him about what he says then. I'll yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Now, in his debut in the new Congress, the gentleman is recognized, Mr. Shreve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witness, Mr. Secretary. Happy to be here. Yes, this is my first day at subcommittee. This was my first week at committee, but I am, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm also a fairly new representative. I'm in my first term, and I come from the middle of Indiana. I represent central Indiana, eastern Indiana. And as a consequence and part of that, as I came into service, came to realize how victimized so many of my constituents, sort of trusting Hoosiers from the heartland, had been victimized by scams, many of which emanate from foreign scam centers. This is not a mission that I had coming into service, but one which I came to realize how much and to what degree so many of my colleagues up here represent constituents who are being bilked out of billions of dollars in scams. And I think particularly so with some of our older constituents, those from maybe more by default trusting parts of the country like mine and our chairman, maybe perhaps than your neck of the woods, where people may be less likely to answer an unknown call. But in the vein of the all too common text and email scams, phishing scams that are collectively stealing from our citizens, I wanted to ask you what our Department of Commerce is doing to push stronger authentication standards for foreign digital traffic before those calls and texts reach our citizens.
I think that's a really interesting point to try to have the origin of the call be made clear to the recipient. So because especially what's coming with AI, where someone could, have my voice, right, and use my voice to call my family. It would be nice to know that it's from some crazy location in far in Asia. So I think this is excellent, and if you'd like to work together with my team, I think let's go explore how to change that. I think that's really extraordinary idea and very valuable to America.
All right. Well, I would indeed like to play that forward. And it relates in part to the conversation on export controls of these high-end ships. As the chairman noted, your budget requests a historic increase, $215 million, the addition of enforcement agents. And AI is at the root of some of these challenges. Certainly the fairly small scams, the text message scam, speed cam scams, toll road scams, but the real sophisticated ones, some of which in my own district milked a constituent out of $600,000 in property. The pig butchering scams are enabled by the AI technology, these high-end chips that can over time and increasingly dupe our citizens. Can you just add a little color to how you aim to use the additional funding in this budget increase on the enforcement, for BIS enforcement of those high-end chips that are making their way all too often to South Central Asia? I serve on, well, have served up to this point on Foreign Affairs and the South Central Asia Subcommittee, and that's how I really came to realize how focused these foreign scam centers were on that part of the world.
We need law enforcement agents, right? The budget increases for law enforcement agents and the economics of those law enforcement agents, while we are here talking about the budget expense, the revenues that these agents call in by fining these companies far, far exceeds the cost. So if this was a business conversation, it would be a slam dunk if there ever was one, right? Because I think these increases will go between 5 and 10 times the money of each agent we add. But because this is government where we have expense in one conversation and revenue's a whole nother thing, you know, a Commerce Secretary, I really want those agents. They will protect us, they will protect Americans, and they will pay for themselves multiple times.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I timely yield back.
Congratulations to the gentleman. Mrs. Dean?
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Meng, Ranking Member DeLauro. Good afternoon, Secretary Lutnick. Last Tuesday, I had the chance to attend a breakfast for RAIN, the Rape, Abuse, Incest National Network. It was their Congressional Day of Action. Survivors came to me, told me their horrific stories, and the survivors I spoke with had one message. They're seeking accountability and justice. After speaking with the survivors, I again went to the Department of Justice to review the unredacted Epstein files, to seek accountability and justice for the victims, the more than 1,000 victims and survivors. And today, Secretary Lutnick, I have some questions for you about what I saw. Let's start with your relationship with sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. In October, you told the New York Post with colorful narration that the last time you saw Jeffrey Epstein was in 2005 when you took a tour of his house, which happened to be right next door to yours. You claim you and your wife were so grossed out by this disgusting person, you swore you would never go back. But when the Epstein files came out, it turned out that was a lie. You were forced to admit that you had visited Epstein's private island in 2012, 4 years after Epstein pled guilty soliciting a minor for prostitution and was labeled a sex offender. You brought along your wife, your kids, your nannies to the predator's island. Incredibly poor judgment. But that even wasn't the whole truth. It turns out that 5 days after visiting his island, you and Epstein signed a business deal together. As co-investors in a digital advertising company, Adfin, an email showed you stayed in touch with Epstein about this deal as late as 2018. Secretary Lutnick, why did you lie to the New York Post about your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Oh, I did hear that. Please don't repeat your gracious offer to speak behind closed doors, not under oath, without the ability of this committee to question you. The American people wants to know, why did you lie about your relationship with Epstein?
The House Oversight Committee and I have agreed
We
that
are
we will
the
spend the
appropriate
time
reclaiming my
together.
time. I do not accept that answer. We've heard that one. We are our own committee. We have our own reason to test your credibility and veracity. Please answer the question. Why did you lie to the Post?
I have voluntarily agreed
Okay,
to spend the time and talk about it.
I reclaim the time. Let the record reflect you're dodging the question. The cover-up continues. You know what? In your conversations with the president, is the president concerned about your continued relationship that you had with Mr. Epstein as recently as 2018?
I am not going to discuss conversations I have with the president. That is not something I'm going to do.
If you remember in that interview, you said you would never be in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. President Trump has just fired 3 cabinet secretaries, 3 women, Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, Lori Chavez DeRemer. If President Trump has even a shred of concern about accountability for Jeffrey Epstein's enablers, he would fire you too. Beyond ADFIN, what other financial ties do you have to Jeffrey Epstein?
As I said, I'm going to answer all these
Beyond ADFIN, what other financial ties? You're the Commerce Secretary. We have a right to ask this question and get it answered.
Again, I'm not going to spend the budget day discussing something I've set aside time to spend on this topic
I'm going to
with your
switch
House
topics.
colleagues.
Let me switch topics. A different and equally disturbing issue, how your family is profiting from your work as Commerce Secretary. Let's start with tariffs. You and the president illegally imposed the highest tariffs on the American people since the Great Depression. And your sons figured out how to profit from the high tariffs by buying up refund rights, pennies on the dollar, just as you were out there cheerleading the tariffs. As a result, federal taxpayers like my constituents may now owe your family tens of or hundreds of millions of dollars. I wonder if President Trump is concerned about you and your family profiteering off the illegal tariffs.
You know that that is false. Here's reporting. I'd like to put it in the record. Howard Lutnick's old firm did not, in fact, profit from Supreme Court tariff ruling. It is just
It's your
not
sons.
true.
It's your sons. The
No,
reporting
his
is
old firm and my sons. It is not
Mr. Chairman,
true.
reclaiming
and you
my
know
time.
it's not true.
I have
it's
asked
not true.
Mr. Chairman, reclaiming about 20 seconds. I hope you recognize how fundamentally wrong and corrupt this is. I hope you take accountability and have the decency to resign before you are fired.
It's not true.
I yield.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. Mr. Mervan?
Yes, Secretary Lutnick. Last week at Samford World Economic Summit, you were quoted, which I want to thank you. It was a pro-union quote. It said, the concept of taking our an auto plant out of Ohio and Michigan and putting it in Mexico to break the union's back is nuts. And to break people is nuts. Is that something that you said?
I don't know if I said it exactly that way, but the concept sounds right.
The concept, okay. And so you agreed that you want to protect American jobs and union jobs in that quote?
Yes, I think
Okay.
automotive
So
union jobs are excellent jobs
on
for
Labor
Americans.
Day, the President of the United States on Labor Day put out an executive order, which was the greatest collective bargaining and union breaking executive order in the history of America that took away bargaining rights, collective bargaining rights from everyone in the Department of Commerce. Why the two mixed messages? Why take collective bargaining away from union members who work under you? And why now are you saying you're fighting for union jobs?
Union jobs in the commercial side of the United States of America
Not in government?
are fundamental taxpayer jobs in Article 2 in the United States of America.
Article 2
Executive
meaning
branch,
national
the executive
security?
branch should be run by the President of the United
Okay.
States, elected by the people.
Okay. So you stand for union jobs, because I need your help on this. British Petroleum in my district, which is an energy producer, the third largest oil refinery, has locked out the United Steelworkers, approximately 1,000 families, men and women, because of contract negotiations. My Republican governor came to the picket line, Governor Braun. I agree with him in a bipartisan way that British Petroleum is putting our community at risk by having replacement workers who are non-trained, so environmental risks and also safety risks for Hammond, East Chicago, Whiting. My community is a threat. Will you join me and ask the President of the United States to tell British Petroleum, a foreign company, energy producer, to go back to the bargaining table so that those very valuable union jobs you were just theatrical about will be saved and families in my community will go back to work?
I didn't mean to be theatrical.
Don't laugh. There's nothing funny about
no.
it.
I
Don't
said-
laugh at my situation
No,
about a thousand
no.
families out of
That's
work.
That's not right, and
Okay,
that's not fair.
okay, I'm just putting in
I
things in
said
perspective.
your comment of theatrical, I had not intended. But when we're talking about union jobs, I have been very clear. I am very supportive of great union jobs in America. I think they are excellent jobs for
So
America.
will
I
you
am
make
a
the
fan
commitment-
of the steelworkers. I'm a fan of the Teamsters, and
Right.
everybody knows it.
Will you make
I'll
the
be
commitment-
glad. How about this? Let's sit together. Let's go through it together, and let's come up with the right move to get this company to treat our union workers fairly. I am on side with that. Let's work
So
together
the
to do it.
Secretary of Commerce, as your role, you will sit down with me to make sure British Petroleum goes back to the negotiation table so my families at steelworkers go back to work.
Seems like a fair request to me, yes.
That's yes? Okay. So thank you for that. That's progress. And I'm going to hold you to that as I expect you to hold me accountable to things. Secondly, you had talked about Secretary Wright and yourself celebrating gas-powered investments for natural gas-powered facilities in southern Pennsylvania and Ohio. In Northwest Indiana, a week ago, on March 26, Secretary Wright made an emergency order saying that our utility, NIPSCO, needed to, because of national securities, reopen a coal-fired plant. I have the highest rates for electricity and energy in the country. My ratepayers in Northwest Indiana are getting crushed by those rates. It's $100 million to reopen up a coal plant that NIPSCO privately chose to close in 2019. Explain to me why the mixed messages. Why is natural gas good for Ohio and southern Pennsylvania, but why is Secretary Wright celebrating with you the increase in jobs? But in my district, there's going to be $100 million because the administration is forcing the power plant to keep open or to reestablish that plant, a coal-powered plant. Just help me understand the differences.
Reopening a coal-fired plant will employ lots of coal miners, which we
But
just discussed.
why is natural
Wouldn't that
gas
be great?
good for Ohio and southern Pennsylvania, but why do my ratepayers, because of an executive order, have to pay $100 million? There's a tariff placed through MISO that the ratepayers have to pay that. Tell me, why are my ratepayers, who have NIPSCO, the highest energy bills in the country, why are they paying for that? But Pennsylvania and Ohio, you're celebrating natural gas power plants.
Opening a coal plant will lower the cost of energy in your district. I'm happy to sit down with you and go through with you. I'm happy to do that. I love math.
I love
math.
The math
it's going to lower the cost.
The math is it's $100 million to the ratepayers because they have to reopen something while you're celebrating cutting ribbons for the same things in other parts of the country. I don't understand
The gentleman has expired.
With that,
Mr. Ivey.
I yield back. I thank you for working with me on the British Petroleum issue.
Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I've got some questions for you about the illegal tariffs refund that the administration's, I guess, starting in the process to make. So the Trump administration collected about $166 billion or so in these illegal tariffs, and they were declared illegal by the Supreme Court. And I think on Monday, CBP opened up a portal that would allow the importers of record and licensed customs brokers to file for refunds. And I know there were some problems with how it got going forward and the like, but the biggest question I had was it looks like only the first tier of entities that were interacting on the trade front are going to be eligible to get a refund. And I asked the USTR head about this the other week. I'm trying to figure out if the Trump administration is going to do anything to help small businesses in the next tiers down, who also ended up having to pay some of these tariffs as they were passed along, and especially everyday consumers, individuals, customers who just, you bought something at the store, it cost more because the tariffs raised the price of it. Now it's there's going to be a refund that's provided, but only to the frontline people who also benefited from charging the higher prices down the road. So from one perspective, those corporations are going to get a windfall profit, but there doesn't seem to be anything in place to pass along a refund to the smaller businesses or the individual customers. Are you aware of anything that the Trump administration is doing to help those funds go back to the small businesses and the individual customers?
So I am the Secretary of Commerce, and Customs and Border Patrol is under DHS and Secretary Mullen. So that's just, unfortunately, not that which I'm involved in. Right?
Well,
so
but
I'm not involved in it, and I haven't participated in those discussions.
Well, but hold up a second. I mean, I just saw the 60 Minutes interview, or I'm sorry, Face the Nation interview, where you were talking about tariffs and you were praising the president's tariffs, the same tariffs that were declared illegal by the Supreme Court. In fact, you said that these tariffs are going to make it, they're going to be so beneficial to the American people that there'd be a point where they wouldn't even have to pay individual income taxes anymore. Obviously, that's not going to be the case now. And by the way, at the time that the president learned of the Supreme Court's ruling, you were standing there in the Oval Office with him as he criticized the Supreme Court for the ruling. So it's clear that it's in your bandwidth as Secretary of Commerce, and it's clear that the tariffs are highly relevant to your role as Secretary. So is there anything, and if there's something the Trump administration was doing about refunding this, I'm sure you would know about it. So is there anything that you're aware of that the Trump administration is doing to help the refunds go back to smaller businesses and individual customers?
Again, the process of setting tariffs I participate in, but Customs collects them, and Customs is responsible for the portal and all these things. I'm just
to the
not
best of
involved
your
in that
knowledge,
process.
there is not.
I wouldn't know one way or the other is the right way to answer.
Come on, Mr. Secretary. You have no idea whether the $166 billion, and that's without interest. You don't know if there's a process in place to collect that money. And by the way, once the Supreme Court declared them illegal, the president immediately said he's going to roll out a new set of tariffs, which you were also connected with, that replaced those funds. You have no idea if the administration is doing anything with respect to the refunds? You really don't?
No, as I said, there's a portal that has been put out, but it's by Customs and Border Patrol, and I'm not participating in that portal.
Let's do it this way. Would you commit today to participate in setting up something with the administration, through the administration, to help make sure that small businesses who were not the front line with respect to the payment of the brokers, and especially individual consumers, get a chance to get a refund?
Well, that makes perfect sense.
You're committing to do that?
It makes perfect sense to me.
All right. Well, we will definitely follow up with that. I appreciate your commitment on that front, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. That concludes today's hearing. I'd like to thank our witness, Secretary Lutnick, for his testimony and his presence with the committee. Without objection, members may have 7 days to submit additional questions for the record. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today and answering questions. Subcommittee stands adjourned. It's a veteran-owned business. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's classy though.
Kind of stole the one from them that I saw the congressional.
Yeah, yeah, people are in awe of that. My first one was really cheap. Where'd you get yours done?
My staff would do it, and they got a couple prices when they pump that out. But I like it.
That's nice.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Kids or
Small ones like that. Subcommittee will be in order. Welcome to the subcommittee markup of the fiscal year 27 Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill. So welcome Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, and Ranking Member Meng. Not only are we marking 250 impressive years for our country, but we're also marking a remarkable recovery that has been ushered in since President Trump returned to office. Here in Congress, we're once again continuing our work of improving and moving appropriations bills that meet the needs of the American people and that support the administration's efforts. That's why I'm proud to present the fiscal year 27 CJS legislation, which carries on our work of right-sizing federal government to ensure Washington, D.C. is working on behalf of our citizens and not against them. The bill before us today provides a total of discretionary allocation of $77.341 billion, a $670 million decrease in spending below the fiscal year 2026 enacted level. To support President Trump's fight against fraud, the bill provides $30 million to the Department of Justice's new National Fraud Enforcement Division. With this funding, malicious actors that seek to defraud American citizens and their hard-earned money will be held accountable. No longer will these fraudsters operate in the shadows. Unfortunately, fentanyl and other opioids continue to ravage our communities and neighborhoods. To counter this devastation, this bill increases funding for the DEA within Department of Justice. I applaud DEA for taking down multiple cartel leaders, and with the funding provided in this bill, DEA's efforts will be strongly supported moving forward. Additionally, this bill also includes strong funding for our federal law enforcement components, which are working to secure our nation from threats. The fiscal year 27 bill also strongly supports the men and women in blue that protect our families by increasing funding for state and local law enforcement. From increased funding levels for the Burn JAG formula program to the COPS hiring program, the fiscal year 27 legislation follows President Trump's example of putting our law enforcement first. Additionally, the 27 bill continues to bolster programs that support everyday Americans, including strong funding for more accurate weather forecasting and alerts and trade practices that herein benefit our communities. To ensure America is the leader in space exploration, the 27 CJS bill also maintains strong funding levels for NASA. With the recent success of Artemis II, it's a critical time to invest in human space exploration and ensure that American astronauts are the first to return to the moon. With its sights on Mars, NASA will lead the way to the next frontier and safeguard our national security by ensuring America maintains a competitive advantage over China. The legislation also protects and reinforces constitutional rights such as the Second Amendment by reining in and refocusing the ATF and fully supporting DOJ's new Second Amendment section. Overall, the provisions and funding levels in the fiscal year 27 bill focus resources on protecting our families, our neighborhoods, and our nation. I want to thank all of the subcommittee members for their participation in budget hearings these past few weeks, including one this past Monday. Our subcommittee has been busy. I also want to thank Ranking Member Meng for her continued partnership over the last few months. Additionally, I would like to acknowledge Chairman Cole for his skilled leadership, and I might add, very successful leadership. Navigating 12 bills through committee is no easy task, and Chairman Cole does it with expertise. I also want to thank Ranking Member DeLauro for her determined advocacy. And finally, thanks to both the majority and minority staff for assisting with the development and production of this year's bill. I now recognize Ranking Member Meng for any opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that you and I share many of the same priorities. However, I must strongly oppose this appropriations bill. It turns its back on struggling communities and hardworking Americans, weakens our ability to fight crime, and jeopardizes our nation's competitive edge. I want to be clear, the billions of dollars in cuts in this bill are not just numbers on a page, they are choices, and they are the wrong choices. As written, this bill abandons our fundamental responsibility to keep Americans safe and our economy strong. At a time when Americans are worried about gun violence and hate crimes, this bill delivers a devastating blow to law enforcement agencies and programs that protect them. We can't claim to prioritize public safety while simultaneously gutting the agency responsible for policing illegal firearms. Yet the bill before us today decimates funding for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, which would lose more than 1,000 personnel who work with our state and local law enforcement to keep illegal guns off our streets, catch dangerous criminals, and prevent gun crimes. This bill also contains numerous policy riders that would make it more difficult to keep dangerous guns out of the hands of criminals and more difficult for local law enforcement to quickly trace many of the guns that are found at crime scenes. The legislation before us today leaves our communities more vulnerable to violence by zeroing out community violence intervention and prevention grants, as well as hate crime prevention and prosecution grants. And the Justice Department's Community Relations Service, which for more than 60 years has worked honorably to help mediate and end community conflicts across our country, is eliminated. I believe that all of this is the wrong approach for the CJS appropriations bill. We should also be doing much, much more to address the cost of living crisis that is hurting American families. But this bill sharply cuts funding for the agencies and programs that create jobs, boost American small businesses, and advance our economy. Economic Development Administration grants are cut by 36%, abandoning rural and distressed communities desperately in need of economic help and well-paying jobs. The bill slashes funding for the minority business development agencies, taking away opportunities from American entrepreneurs. It cuts funding from the International Trade Administration by nearly 25%, greatly weakening opportunities to help American businesses expand exports and fight unfair trade practices by other countries. Moreover, the Legal Services Corporation, which provides basic civil legal assistance to the poorest American families, seniors, and veterans, is cut by more than half. Under this funding level, nearly 3 million fewer people will receive help with their legal problems, including 6,400 in my district alone. This bill abandons our most vulnerable constituents who can't afford a lawyer when they're facing eviction, seeking safety from domestic violence, or are denied benefits that they've earned. Perhaps most short-sighted of all, this bill disinvests in the scientific research that drives American innovation, technological leadership, and economic competitiveness. For decades, the United States was a destination for the world's top researchers to come and do their best work. Now we are beginning to lose our own scientific talent to opportunities overseas as a result of this administration's attacks on science and universities. This bill would only compound these problems. It cuts the NSF by more than $1.7 billion, abandoning the next generation of scientists and engineers at exactly the moment our competitors are investing more in theirs. This bill also cuts NASA's science account by nearly $1.3 billion. Furthermore, the bill also makes huge cuts to the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which has helped American industry overcome technical challenges, develop new manufacturing techniques, and advance the cutting edge of emerging technologies. I disagree with this bill's approach. As I have said repeatedly, I believe we should be doubling down on the investments in science that grow our economy and incentivize advancements that improve life for all Americans. I thank the chairman for his work on the bill, but given its serious shortcomings, I cannot support it. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation and come back to the table to produce a bill that actually delivers for the American people. We should be investing in public safety, economic opportunity, and American innovation. Those are not partisan priorities. They are our responsibility, and they should be our shared goals as Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
I now recognize the distinguished chairman of the full committee, Mr. Cole, for any remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, and thank you to Ranking Member Meng. Excuse me, it's early. Meng, and certainly my good friend Ranking Member DeLauro, and to all the members on both sides of the aisle in this critical subcommittee. From the front lines of law enforcement to the frontiers of space, this fiscal year 2027 Commerce, Justice, Science, and related agency bill covers a full spectrum of priorities that keep our nation safe, competitive, and prepared for the future. This wide policy scope, of course, matters, but clarity of mission and discipline and investments are ultimately what deliver results. The measure before us is focused on the fundamentals, protecting the American people, enforcing the law, and investing in the capabilities that keep our nation secure and competitive. It right-sizes government while refocusing agencies on their core missions, ensuring taxpayer dollars are spent with purpose. It strengthens federal, state, and local law enforcement, combats fentanyl, and ensures our justice system has the tools to deliver accountability. And it reiterates security as its cornerstone, from the safety of our communities to the growing threats posed by cyber actors and transnational criminal networks. This bill ensures we are prepared to confront challenges wherever they arise. We further protect U.S. innovation from theft, reinforce export controls, and invest in the critical technologies that will define the future, including artificial intelligence and advanced manufacturing. These priorities take direct aim at Communist China's efforts to exploit our research and steal our ingenuity while strengthening America's economic and technological edge. This is critically important. With the success of Artemis II, we saw America not just compete, but once again lead, push the boundaries of what is possible, and set the pace as the world watches. It's why we continue to support innovation and NASA in this legislation to guarantee we keep making history. We do all this while upholding discipline. We eliminate wasteful programs, end misguided policies, and ensure that government upholds the constitutional rights of the American people. Everyone knows Chairman Rogers is a steady and driving force in appropriations. This bill reflects that leadership, delivering results that put public safety, responsibility, and American strength first. I thank him, Ranking Member Ming, and staff on both sides of the aisle for their hard work. I look forward to advancing this legislation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. And I recognize the distinguished ranking member of the committee, Ms. DeLauro, for her remarks.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your work, along with Ranking Member Meng, and thank you to Chairman Cole. The subcommittee, the minority staff, Bob Bonner, Nora Fay, Jamie Wise, Faye Cobb, their counterparts on the majority side, Rob Yaver, Liz Porter, Chris Eckhart, Nick Mitchell, and Mai Miller. We thank you all for your work and for making all of this possible. I oppose the bill we are considering this morning because it makes Americans less safe, erodes our economic and scientific competitiveness, and hurts working families who are struggling to keep up with rising cost of living. The Trump administration's trade policies have been nothing short of disastrous. Since he took office, the president has imposed, withdrawn, reimposed, and then been forced by the Supreme Court to remove again a series of haphazard, harmful, and extremely costly tariffs. Throughout 2025, these tariffs cost American families upwards of $1,700 in higher prices. The Trump trade wars were waged in the name of boosting domestic manufacturing in America. Yet from February 2025 through February of this year, the U.S. lost over 88,000 manufacturing jobs. That is more than 100 manufacturing jobs per day, a fact that Secretary Lutnick was unaware of when he testified before this committee last week. Across the board, the Trump economy is hurting working families. The first year of President Trump's second term was the worst year for American job growth since the final year of his last term. And this bill before us does nothing to change the track that this country is on. In fact, it would make our problems worse. By cutting $144 million in funding, 36%, from the Economic Development Administration programs, this bill reduces investments that create jobs and revitalize distressed local communities, rural communities in particular. From 2018 to 2024, the EDA created or retained more than 727,000 jobs, spurred more than $80 billion in private investment. We should be increasing our investment in programs like this, not scaling back support when the American people need it most. This bill cuts $142 million in funding from the International Trade Administration, which fights unfair trade practices in other countries and supports American businesses trying to expand their exports. Unfair trade practices were another reason given for President Trump's trade wars. Yet, the Republican proposal is to take resources away from a very pivotal agency that combats these same tactics. This bill not only harms Americans' financial security, but their physical safety as well. By defunding the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, this bill would significantly weaken our ability to track down illegal arms dealers, intercept gun smuggling, and capture dangerous criminals who put American lives at risk. The more than $280 million cut to ATF's budget would force the agency to reduce their workforce by more than 1,000 positions. These officers work around the clock to keep us safe, but the Republican proposal is to put them out of a job. On top of defunding the ATF, this bill cuts funding for justice grants, including a $50 million cut to the juvenile justice grants. It fully eliminates funding for community violence intervention and prevention, hate crimes prevention, law enforcement de-escalation and training, and police community relations grants. These are tools. They're tools that local law enforcement depend on to make our communities safer. The bill weakens our scientific competitiveness by cutting billions of dollars from scientific research, technology development, STEM education across the National Science Foundation, NASA, and the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Earlier this month, my Republican colleagues, alongside Democrats and the American people, celebrated the remarkable success of the Artemis mission. This was a groundbreaking achievement, the furthest manned space flight from Earth in over 50 years. Now, Republicans are proposing to slash funding for NASA, science, aeronautics, and education initiatives. The bill also cuts funding to the National Science Foundation by $1.8 billion, further undermining efforts to support basic scientific research, cutting-edge technology development, and STEM education. These cuts represent a failure to invest in the future, to ensure that the next generation of world-class engineers, inventors, researchers, and technicians are educated here in the United States and can bring their expertise to American companies. If we want to see more scientific and technological successes like the NASA Artemis missions, as well as other innovations that will make our country more economically competitive, we need to sustain funding for the people and the scientific and technological investments that make such American innovations possible. Lastly, the bill decimates the Legal Services Corporation by cutting its funding by more than half. Their work helps veterans, seniors, dealing with financial exploitation and consumer fraud, people with disabilities, renters who are facing evictions or living in deplorable housing conditions, and victims of domestic violence. For every dollar we invest in the Legal Services Corporation, we get $7 in return. This cut is foolish. I oppose the bill because it makes Americans less safe, does nothing to bring down costs for working families, and weakens our scientific and economic competitiveness. I urge my colleagues to oppose the measure and to work on a bipartisan basis to craft a bill that meets this moment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Do any other members wish to make opening remarks? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't see the clock, so I'm going to have to, I'm sure Congressman Quigley will flag me when I come around. Running too long.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
That'll get there'll be bipartisan support for that. I do want to thank the chairs and the ranking members for their work on this. There's a lot to like in this bill. There's a lot that I have concerns about, and I'm hoping in the week between now and the full markup we'll have a chance to work on some of those things. I just want to point some of them out. The issue with respect to what's happening at the Department of Justice to me is extremely significant. I know we talked a little bit about fraud and the administration's focus on prosecuting fraud cases, and I share that. When I was at the Department of Justice, it was certainly an important function. They have a lot of talented lawyers there who are doing great work and are some of the best in the world, I think, at what they do. Unfortunately, we've lost 3,400 prosecutors from the Department of Justice in the past year and a half. And I think they brought in about 800. And it's going to be hard to replace those prosecutors quickly because they all need extensive FBI background checks. So the risk that we're looking at is having a lot of criminal cases. So I'm talking about others, gun violence and the like. We're all concerned about terrorism, fentanyl prosecutions, and gang transfer of drugs and guns into the United States and what that's doing. But we can't handle those cases if we don't have the prosecutors to do it. So I think that's a huge issue that we need to look at. And in putting those cases together, many of them involve FBI agents and ATF agents. And as you just heard from the full committee ranking member, the cuts to ATF are devastating. You cut the agents there by half, which means you have half the capability to bring these kinds of cases forward. And violent crime, I think, is something that we're all worried about and concerned about and want to find ways to address. Cuts to the FBI are what the shift in their focus, frankly. They haven't necessarily cut FBI agents, but they've moved them away from the violent types of street crimes, gang violence issues that they're so good at. Also, they're expert at fraud prosecutions as well, shifting them away from those kinds of cases and investigations, meaning we're going to have fewer of them, and we're likely to be less successful when we do prosecute them. Briefly, I'll touch on a few other things. The cuts to NIST, it's a complicated agency, and I can't sit here and tell you fully exactly what they do, but I know that they're critical to the United States' competition with respect to AI and quantum computing. Cuts to that agency is beyond short-sighted. Thank you. I think it's critical for us to make sure that it's fully funded, because making sure that they have full funding in our agencies like NSF, I think, is important as well. So if we want to maintain our leadership with respect to the competition with China, having leadership that is guided by top-notch research, I think, is critical, and we get it from those types of agencies. The commitment to NASA, I deeply appreciate overall. I think Mr. Isaacman's been a breath of fresh air in his jump into the administrative role and leadership role there at that agency. I think there have been cuts to science and the funding for some of the budgets that I have deep concerns about. I've got an installation in my district. It's not as big as Congressman Strong's installation over there, but the NASA Goddard installation is doing great work. We've got the Nancy Groman Race Space Telescope, Nancy Grace Roman, I'm sorry, Space Telescope, that is on time and under budget. In fact, it's ahead of schedule. And one of the things that Mr. Isaacman pointed out, in fact, we're going to have essentially kind of a kickoff where we send it off to where it's going to be launched. Love to invite you all to come to that if you'd like to join in seeing that effort. But I think overall, my focus will be on, when we get to the amendment process, the issue of guns, of gun violence, making sure we have a strong team in place at the investigator and prosecutor level to handle those cases effectively. We have to fund those people to make sure it stays in place. And we've got some problems to fix, frankly, given what's developed at the Department of Justice in the past year and a half. Haven't had a chance to hear from the acting attorney general. I can recall when A.G. Bondi was here, she promised that the types of cuts that have been made would not be made, and I'm deeply disappointed that that has not been the case. And then finally, I'll point to a couple of other things I'd like to look at. MBDA is one of those in particular. International trade and our competition with China. I see Mr. Quigley sleeping on the job down there, but I see my red light now. But so I'll stop. But I look forward to working with you all. And Judge, I want to thank you too again for your support for the funding for public defenders. I think your support there has been pivotal, and I deeply appreciate it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any remarks? Mr. Morelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I sincerely mean this. I want to thank you for your courtesies and for the way you conduct this subcommittee, and also to Mr. Cole for the great job that he's been doing in conducting the full committee hearings, and certainly want to thank my dear friends, Ranking Member DeLauro and Ranking Member Meng, for their leadership and their work. I will just be brief, but I want to pick up on something that others have said, including Mr. Ivey, which is, not hearing from the Attorney General, not hearing from the Director of the FBI, not hearing from the Director of, or the Administrator for DEA, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. As we're doing our work of determining what our recommendations ought to be on spending levels to the full committee, it seems hard to be able to do that or justify any of this without being able to answer questions from the people who are charged with the stewardship over federal dollars. And so I'm deeply, deeply troubled by that. I'm also disappointed in the legislation proposing deep and damaging cuts to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, as agency central to enforcing federal gun laws and preventing illegal firearms trafficking. This budget cuts billions, has been said, from the National Science Foundation, one of the country's most important engines for scientific discovery and innovation. I agree with Mr. Ivey. I thought that Director Isaacman was very informative. I appreciated him being here, but a lot of that centered on the need to continue to invest in science and innovation and discovery. This budget slashes funding of the Economic Development Administration, which has been instrumental in creating economic growth, jobs, and investment in our country. And I think these cuts will have real and lasting consequences. Will weaken public safety efforts, halt cutting-edge research, hinder economic development. As appropriators, we have a responsibility to scrutinize these bills and ask whether these reductions support national priorities. And I don't think we've had that opportunity, not because of the chair, but I think the administration has not been forthcoming in sending people here so we can ask them those questions. And I think these cuts are not in line with, at least in my view, what the priorities are of the American people. But again, thank you for what I know is hard work, to you and your staff. And with that, I will yield back, sir.
Are there members wishing to be heard? Ms. Dean.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Members DeLauro and Meng. Thank you for the work that you have done and continue to do. I, too, have to rise in opposition to this bill. The bill harms our economy, small businesses, and makes every American less safe by cutting programs our local law enforcement agencies rely upon, and it further erodes our nation's scientific leadership. Since taking office, President Trump has imposed the highest tariff rate on American families since the Great Depression. Despite the Supreme Court striking down those tariffs as illegal, President Trump continues and will continue to find new ways to impose his illegal tariffs on American families. Instead of addressing the affordability crisis, this bill guts programs so many small businesses rely upon to keep prices down. For example, this bill cuts the Economic Development Administration by $144 million below FY26 level, greatly reducing our investment in programs that create jobs, help small businesses thrive, and revitalize distressed community at the local level. This bill cuts the International Trade Administration by $142 million below FY26, reducing our investment in the primary agency tasked with promoting American exports and fighting the unfair trade practices of other countries. That makes it harder for American businesses to compete abroad. The bill further erodes our nation's science leadership, the position in science, by cutting programs designed to cultivate our next generation of scientists. For example, the bill cuts NASA STEM engagement programs by $59 million below FY26 and eliminates 2 of NASA's 4 STEM initiatives. This bill makes America less safe by eliminating programs that so many of our local enforcement rely upon. It guts the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, ATF, by $285 million compared with FY26. ATF works with local law enforcement agencies to prevent and prosecute violent crime and illegal gun trafficking. As is, this funding level would force ATF to reduce its workforce by hundreds of positions, making our communities less safe. Crimes are inherently more violent when guns are involved, and this bill strips resources local law enforcement agencies rely upon to keep guns off our streets. At a time when anti-Semitism is rising, bafflingly, this bill eliminates the funding for hate crime prevention grants. Again, this bill eliminates funding for community violence intervention and prevention grants, despite the clear evidence demonstrating their efficacy in reducing violent crime. Let me tell you a good story from Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania and in my home city of Philadelphia, homicide rates are down 35% since 2022. That's not an accident. That's not a coincidence. In 2022, we, a bipartisan Congress, passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which funds community violence intervention and prevention grants. We should not eliminate such grants. We want to help communities save lives, hundreds of lives saved over the course of these years. I hear a lot about states' rights and federalism from my colleagues across the aisle. When I think about the federalist approach to reducing violent crimes, I do not envision sending masked federal agents into our cities to carry out military-style operations on civilians. Rather, I think about Programs like community violence intervention and prevention programs. That gives states, localities, and local law enforcement the resources, the tools that they need to address their specific needs at the local level. Finally, I am disheartened to see the cruelty behind the massive cuts to Legal Services Corporation, which provides legal assistance to underserved communities. This bill funds Legal Services Corporation at $272 million below FY 2026, which was already unacceptably low. Americans are struggling to afford groceries, gas, utilities, rent, and this bill makes those problems worse. Finally, I want to echo what some of my colleagues have said. We are appropriators. We should have heard from FBI, DEA, ATF. How about the National Science Foundation? All of those should have been before this committee as we consider this bill and appropriations. For all of these reasons, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your good work, but I will be voting no. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there a member that wishes to be heard? Mr. Mervin.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, and the Subcommittee Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Ming for the opportunity to speak on Fiscal Year 27 Commerce, Justice, and Science Appropriations Bill. The federal programs under this subcommittee are essential to ensuring public safety, growing our economy, and maintaining our national security. The majority will claim that these are responsible cuts to governing government spending, limiting waste, fraud, and abuse. However, these actions have only proven to leave necessary services that people rely on hanging in the balance and disrupt livelihoods of everyday Americans. We must do all we can to uphold public safety and protect our communities. I have been a staunch supporter of the efforts to strengthen state and local police response to crime, and I am deeply concerned by the lack of funding for programs such as the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention or Law Enforcement De-escalation Training Grants, which strengthen the relationships and encourage safer interactions between law enforcement and the communities they serve. I joined the committee to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to develop legislation that reflects the needs of our communities. Unfortunately, this legislation does not include the necessary investments in departments, agencies, and programs to ensure the safety and security of everyone in this nation, regardless of their background, zip code, or economic status. Instead, the majority would rather cut education and research and deny survivors of violence the services they need to recover from partners and environments that threaten their safety. For example, in my district, 3,700 people are at risk of losing access to essential legal services, including 914 children and 212 survivors of domestic violence. These individuals and the cuts of the proposed programs in the Legal Service Corporation. Under this bill, the LSC would receive its lowest appropriation since 1983. Additionally, this legislation weakens our economy by shifting costs onto households rather than protecting working families. Specifically, the proposal decreasing the funding for the International Trade Administration by $142 million. Maintaining a level playing field in global trade market is relying upon well-funded ITA. Additionally, during a time where industry and consumers are asking for lasting certainty in our markets, we need the ITA to fulfill its purpose in combating unfair trade and increasing our capacity of export of American goods. It would also gut the Economic Development Administration, decreasing funding by $144 million below the previous enacted level, stifling revitalization efforts for communities across Northwest Indiana. It's because of these reasons that I cannot support moving this legislation forward, and I urge my colleagues to join me in opposition. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in full support of this bill before the CJS subcommittee. I think this bill goes farther than any other to protect our constitutional rights, especially our Second Amendment rights, and to rein in government overreach and weaponization. You know, in our Declaration of Independence, it says the purpose of government in the very beginning. It says to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. And so I commend the chairman and the entire staff for their very hard work in an excellent bill, and I encourage all members to, on both sides of the aisle, to support this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there other members who wish to be heard? Seeing no amendments, now recognize Mr. Strong, Vice Chairman of the subcommittee, for the purpose of making a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be favorably reported to the full committee.
Question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
May I ask for a recorded vote?
Request is for a recorded vote. A sufficient number raising their hands. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alford. Aye. Mr. Alford votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Klein. Aye. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Clyde. Aye. Mr. Clyde votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes no. Mr. Ivy. No. Mr. Ivy votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Mr. Morelli. No. Mr. Morelli votes no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Shreve. Aye. Mr. Shreve votes aye. Mr. Strong.
Aye.
Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no.
Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the ayes are 8, the noes are 6. The bill is favorably reported to the full committee. I ask that unanimous consent that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report. Without objection, so ordered. Copies of the bill and report with the technical and conforming changes will be delivered to all full committee members' offices no later than 3 business days before the full committee markup. Thank you very much for everyone. That concludes today's markup. Committee now stands adjourned.
Call gavel in. They said they're ready. Everyone said.
Okay, is Rosa here?
Good morning. The Subcommittee on Legislative Branch will now come to order. Welcome to the Subcommittee markup on Fiscal Year 2027 Legislative Branch Appropriations Bill. Welcome Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, and Ranking Member Espiat. I recognize myself for my opening statements. I'm pleased to introduce Fiscal Year 2027 Branch Appropriations Bill for the Subcommittee's consideration. I'd like to begin by thanking Ranking Member Espiat for the respectful and bipartisan process as we've worked together to develop the Fiscal Year 27 bill. I'd also like to thank each of our subcommittee members for being actively engaged in the appropriations process this cycle that has resulted in the bill that we present for consideration this morning. As we begin, I would like to remind our members that this bill marks the first step of many towards providing final Fiscal Year 27 funding for the offices and agencies within the legislative branch of our government. As we worked within our allocation, we did our best to respond to the priorities of the members in executing their constitutional duties while supporting the operations of the Congress, the Capitol complex, and the people who serve it. This bill provides $5.4 billion for the House and joint items. In keeping with longstanding tradition, we leave the Senate items for the other body's consideration. I want to take a moment to note a few highlights of this bill, all of which are priorities for members on both sides of the aisle. First, we are maintaining the new and existing security programs at the levels recommended by the House Sergeant at Arms and providing them with requested funds to continue their operations. This bill also increases essential funding for the U.S. Capitol Police by over $55 million. This is an important investment in the women and men who spend their days protecting the seat of democracy at the Capitol complex. We thank each and every one of them for all they do to protect the members, our visitors, constituents, and staff. The bill under consideration today also increases funding for the Office of Legislative Counsel to assist all member offices. It provides additional resources for the Green and Gold Congressional Aid Program, which is popular among all members, and increases the members' representative allowance to account for rising costs across the nation, and to assist with workforce retention and institutional knowledge. Members on both sides of the aisle prioritize this account when submitting their requests for this bill. The bill also supports the addition of new primary services for female members of Congress through the Office of Attending Physician, continues the ongoing initial investment for critical renovation of the Rayburn House Office Building, and provides for the employees and programs of the Library of Congress and essential services they provide for Congress. I want to thank the subcommittee staff on both sides for their work, from the majority, Lori Raleigh and April Lyman, and for the minority, Faye Cobb. Again, thank you to all the members for their requests, contributions, engagement, which resulted in the Fiscal Year 2027 Legislative Branch bill. I look forward to continuing to work together in days ahead as we move the bill through the legislative process, both here in the House and in final negotiations with the Senate. Now recognize Ranking Member Espiat for his opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, and Chair Valadeo, and members of the committee. Before I begin, I want to thank the staff on the Minority and Majority Subcommittee for your work on this bill. I also want to recognize my colleague and good friend, Steny Hoyer. It has been an honor to serve with you, Mr. Hoyer, and in this subcommittee, you have been a true champion. Congratulations on an extraordinary career that we all wish we could just be like you. I want to be just like you when I grow up. Mr. Chairman, as you noted, the interim allocation for the Legislative Branch Committee is $7.3 billion, yet this bill, excluding the Senate items, provides just $5.4 billion, $125 million below the last year and far below our request. I approach this process in good faith, ready to work across the aisle to strengthen the institution. And yes, there are areas of progress, modest increases for MRA, the Library of Congress, the Capitol Police, along with continued support for member security programs. But those gains are overshadowed. The GAO is the guardian of taxpayer dollars and a cornerstone of congressional oversight. In fiscal year 2026 alone, GAO's work generated nearly $63 billion in cost savings. This bill cuts GAO by 25%, a whopping 25%, and includes a rider that weakens its ability to hold the executive branch accountable. Let's be clear about what that means. Over 1,000 public servants could lose their job. 1,000 people could lose their jobs. These are not targeted efficiencies. They are indiscriminate cuts that will significantly impair GAO's ability to carry out its core mission. That is not just a cut. It's a direct hit on congressional oversight. I am also deeply disappointed that the bill does once again shuts out DACA recipients from working in the legislative branch, even as they already serve in our offices and contribute to this great institution. If we believe in opportunity, we should be opening doors, not shutting them down. This bill also falls short on investing in our aging infrastructure and on building a workforce that reflects the diversity of the American people. Bottom line, this bill does not meet the moment. It weakens oversight, limits opportunity, and underinvests in this institution. For those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I cannot support this bill. I urge my colleagues to come back to the table and produce a bill that strengthens Congress and the people we serve. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Espaillat. I now recognize this distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma, Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Cole, for his remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Valadeo, and I thank Ranking Member Espaillat and Ranking Member DeLore, of course, my very good friend. And Mr. Hoyer, I, too, add my name to the accolades in your direction. When I grow up, I'd like to be like you, too.
My suggestion is don't grow up.
Well, I have had the good pleasure of serving with you longer than anybody else in this room other than my good friend, Mr. Laurel. And it's been a delight every day. You bet. Thank you. What we're considering this morning goes to the very foundation of American governance. This bill is about whether the People's House and Congress overall has the capacity, the security, and the discipline to do its job and to do it well. The fiscal year 2027 legislative branch bill ensures we can meet our constitutional obligations to the American people. It invests in the capacity and services that support our constituents, upholds key institutions that support democracy, and ensures oversight throughout the government. The measure makes clear that every dollar must be justified. We rein in unnecessary spending, redirect resources to core functions, and hold programs and contracts to a higher standard. That's what responsible governance looks like. Additionally, at a time when political violence has unfortunately become all too common, this bill also puts security front and center. It resources the Capitol Police, who stand watch over this complex every single day, helping ensure visitors, staff, and lawmakers are safe. Whether in D.C. or during in-district proceedings, the protection of constituents and members is a priority. At its core, the legislation is about trust. Trust that Congress will serve the American people effectively, steward taxpayer dollars responsibly, and uphold the constitutional role with distinction. Chairman Valadeo has put forward a bill that meets that standard, one that strengthens this institution, reinforces accountability, and ensures we're prepared to carry out the work the American people sent us here to do. I thank Chairman Valadeo, Ranking Member Espaillat, and the dedicated staff on both sides for their contributions. I look forward to having another bill advanced to the full committee as we work to uphold Article 1 and complete our FY27 work. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, for her remarks.
Thank you so much, Chairman Valadeo. I thank you and the Ranking Member Espaillat and my good friend, Chairman Cole. Again, to the Chair and Ranking Member of the subcommittee, thank you so much for the work that you do, and to the staff, Faye Cobb, the minority, and her counterparts in the majority, Lori Rowley and April Lyman. I say it often and over again, we don't get here without you guys. So much appreciative of the work that you do. To my colleague and friend, Steny Hoyer, I want to say a thank you to you for your commitment to your constituents through your commitment to this institution, for understanding the nature and the power of this institution to help to make a difference in their lives. And with every day you have served, that's what your goal has been, is to utilize this institution, push the edge of that envelope so that that it responds to the needs of the folks that you represent and who put their trust in you. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I oppose the bill we're considering this morning because it opens the door, in my view, to more corruption by the Trump administration. It weakens government oversight, undermines the power of the purse by making it easier for the executive branch to withhold funding that Congress approves, and does not allow for dreamers to work in the legislative branch. The Trump administration has been one of the most corrupt presidencies in history. Since he took office, President Trump has used his office to make himself $1.4 billion richer, at least. His family has cut business deals with foreign governments, Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, and India. They've all cut lucrative deals with the Trump family, adding to his personal wealth while he makes global decisions that are supposed to be in the public interest. Qatar even gifted him a $400 million jet, which he will keep after he leaves office. The corruption is not even hidden anymore. It is done in the open with pride. He has made millions of dollars in settlements from lawsuits against media companies, which his hand-picked FCC director is in charge of regulating, and who has openly threatened the broadcast licenses of news organizations whose coverage has been critical of the president. He is currently suing the IRS for $10 billion, while his personal defense lawyer serves as the acting Attorney General of the United States. The First Lady was paid $40 million directly by Amazon for the rights to a documentary about herself. And the Trump family has made at least $867 million through their crypto company, which offers anyone a venue to give money directly to the Trump family anonymously. A company backed by the UAE announced a $2 billion investment in the Trump's crypto company, and then 2 weeks later, the president granted the UAE access to advanced microchips. What a coincidence. As working families around the country struggle just to get by, as the cost of living continues to rise, the Trump family has made a killing, and this bill allows them to get away with even more. This bill effectively defunds the Government Accountability Office, a government watchdog that roots out waste, fraud, and abuse. GAO's work delivers real results and more than pays for itself. In fiscal year 2026 alone, it generated nearly $63 billion in cost savings. This 25% cut in funding, $200 million, would weaken oversight of this administration and increase the risk of mismanagement of taxpayer dollars. These steep reductions would force at least 1,000 layoffs at GAO, diminishing its ability to hold agencies accountable. That stacks the deck in favor of anyone who would abuse positions of public trust for their own private gain. My Republican colleagues have often bemoaned what they believe to be a gross mismanagement of taxpayer dollars. So I do not know why their solution to that stated problem is to defund the government agency that is responsible for improving government efficiency and reducing waste, fraud, and abuse. This bill also fails to allow American residents who were brought to this country as young children to work in the legislative branch. DACA recipients, dreamers, are American in every way that matters. They were raised here, many serve in our armed forces. Failing to allow dreamers to serve their country in the legislative branch is injustice to them and a disservice to all of us. We deprive ourselves of the talent, intelligence, and commitment that they could bring to this institution, and we deny them a fair opportunity to serve the only country they have ever really called home. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this measure and to work in a bipartisan fashion to craft a bill that cracks down on corruption, improves government efficiency, and corrects this historic injustice for Dreamers. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Do any other members wish to make opening remarks? No. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the chairman, the big chairman, for his kind remarks. We have served together. I have respect for him, and I look forward to working with him in the last 8 months of my career on improving the impact of this committee, this big committee, and return it, frankly, to a place where it is, in fact, a decision maker and is given priority by the leadership in the House on both sides of the aisle. I want to thank my friend from New York, the ranking member, for his leadership on our side, and I certainly want to thank the ranking member, and I agree with her remarks, all of her remarks. I also want to thank the staff on both sides for their hard work. As I have said so often, we have an extraordinary staff. It is very badly underpaid, and if it were in the private sector and did the same kind of quality work that they did, they would be making substantially greater salaries. This bill is critically important, but it's very badly undersourced. The ranking member and the ranking member of the full committee have made observations. I'll perhaps repeat those. But I want to say in a broader sense, the legislative body is woefully under-resourced to confront an extraordinarily large executive department, over which the Founding Fathers thought that we would be a check and a balance. Not only are we not a check and a balance, but the executive department has refused to come before our committees. And we are marking up with almost no oversight. But I want to congratulate you, Mr. Chairman of this subcommittee. I think we've had more hearings than any other committee. God bless you. But we are woefully underfunding for the capacity of our job. So we could substantially increase, we could double the legislative budget and not be able to do the job of overseeing a huge executive department. And we ought to all be concerned about that, whatever the administration is, that we do not have the capacity, we don't have the resources, we don't have the staff to know what the devil's going on in the executive department. Again, whether it's a Democratic administration or a Republican administration. And we ought to be concerned about that. I'm leaving. But you guys who are going to be here for some period of time, you're much younger than me, ought to be concerned about that. We failed to do the right by our employees, by those who are working to make Congress work more efficiently, and I said that. Then this institution will suffer and will have trouble recruiting and retaining people. We have a good retirement system, and that's why probably most of them stay, because all of them could be getting more money someplace else. And very frankly, when they leave, they automatically start making more money. Frankly, I'm disappointed that we are once again advancing the bill that does not adequately invest in making Congress work for the people. While I'm glad that it includes additional $50 million for MRA accounts, allowing for us to, and by the way, we are giving two agencies $179 billion in the last reconciliation bill, and if this reconciliation passes, we're going to give them 3 years. Mr. Chairman, big chairman, we don't have any oversight over that. That is a undermining of the appropriators' responsibility to oversee budgets.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would be glad to yield to my friend.
Thank you. I thank my friend. I agree with you 100%. And I've made that abundantly clear. But I have to say, I don't know what choice is left when my friends decide not to fund the important law enforcement agency. The Border Patrol, I don't know what the problem is there, because we've had 9 months with no known illegal entries. And I feel the same way about ICE. Reforms have been made. The head of the agency has been changed. Look, we see this, and it's certainly not your responsibility in terms of this. It's the Senate where the holdup is. It's their decision, their rules, and our people are part of that as much as anybody else, and I've made that abundantly clear. But your basic point is correct. I think giving anybody 3 years of money, including presidents I don't support, is the wrong, or I do support, is the wrong thing to do. But I also think leaving critical law enforcement agencies unfunded, and particularly at a dangerous moment, is the wrong thing to do. And we have tried every way we know to do that. And we've been able to do it through the House. We have not been able to do it through the Senate. And again, I hold our senators as accountable for that as I do their counterparts in the other party. But again, your basic point is correct. You're back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get on my high horse.
I think we're both sort of there on the horse together. Mr. Chairman, I agree with you, and I think you and I feel the same way. We are undermining the appropriation process egregiously by these reconciliations bill, whoever does it, to do the appropriation work. We did it. You do it. And the only difference I would have with you, we had a bill on the floor introduced by Ms. DeLauro, which funded everything but those two agencies. And we should be able to have passed that bill so that we wouldn't be talking about customs, the Coast Guard, FEMA, other agencies that are in DHS other than those. We have, and as you pointed out the other day, Mr. Chairman, in committee, the differences are not appropriation issues. They are authorizing issues, and we should be able to get to a point where we make a compromise. I agree with you 100%. And frankly, if you and Ms. DeLauro were in the room, we would have done it on the procedures to assure constitutional conduct by ICE and Border Patrol. I know my time has expired, but the chairman was very gracious, and and I thank the gentleman. Once we are again turning this bill into a policy piece when it comes to members' COLA freeze, and I'm going to offer an amendment on that. Members have not received a pay raise for 18 years if we did this again in fiscal year 27. If we're going to make it possible for regular people, not just the wealthy, to step forward, we need to make an adjustment in that. As we have done for our federal employees, for our staff, who were, but for Ms. Pelosi's action taken as Speaker, not constraining them to the pay that we receive. Now, a lot of our staff make a lot more money than we do, appropriately so. Members and their families, too, have to contend with the inflation we've seen as a result. We all know it. We have really substantial cost increase over the 18 years that we're talking about. Yep, we're making the same thing. This won't affect me. I'll be out. And guess what happens in January and the January thereafter? I start getting a COLA. Now, Mr. Chairman, I have 5 things I'm going to talk about. I could have offered amendments for each one so I could get 5 minutes on each one. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to offer 2 out of the 5. But I do want to mention GAO. Well, particularly yourselves, Mr. Chairman, on your side of the aisle, speak about waste, fraud, and abuse. GAO is the specific agency charged with the responsibility of getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. And you cut it 26%. I don't get that. You cut IRS enforcement very substantially. Not in this bill, in the other committee I'm on. My point being, you are restraining the ability of the government to oversee and root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Mr. Chairman, I'll cease and desist because you're getting nervous about the time that I take. But let me make this observation, Mr. Chairman, and to our ranking member. And all of us ought to be concerned about this. I heard the chairman and the ranking member over and over and over again say we rely on the subcommittees. My premise is we don't rely on the subcommittees. Because if we relied on the subcommittees, we would take more than a half an hour to consider the recommendation we're making to the full committee. The work is done in the full committee, which I think undermines the ability of the subcommittee to dwell and use the expertise theoretically that subcommittees should be bringing to the table and recommend to the full committee after full discussion and an opportunity to debate the issues. I'll yield on that, and then I'll offer some amendments.
Any other members wish to make opening remarks?
It will be up to him to interrupt you and say, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at desk.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will read the amendment.
Which one is it?
COLA. Oh, it strikes.
In the bill, on page 37, strike section 210.
Mr. Chairman?
Without objection, the reading of the bill, well, it was read. The gentleman is recognized now for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to raise another issue. This is an amendment that will strike the section of the bill which says that the COLA adjustment in January of next year will be obviated. It will not happen. It'll be the 18th year that we will not have had an adjustment. A COLA, as all of you know, keeps you even. That's what a COLA does. It's not a pay raise. You keep even. Now, there's a court case pending that is going to deal with that, which says the Constitution requires that that be done. We have now for 18 years obviated that. I will tell you, for 15 or 20 years before that, I worked with every leader on the other side of the aisle to assure that we would get a COLA. Now, the COLA is limited to less than federal employees get. So it's a modest amount just to keep members even. And we ought to vote on that on the floor. And we ought not to ask any member on either side of the aisle who has a politically tough race to vote on that, because it's so easy to demagogue. And that's what we did for some 2 decades. Then we stopped doing that. Frankly, we were in charge at that point in time, but we could not get bipartisan buy-in to have a vote on that very issue, saying to members who could not be subject to being demagogued that we want you to help with that on both sides of the aisle. We could not reach a bipartisan agreement, so we haven't done it. To the detriment of members, and to the detriment of those members particularly who aren't rich members. So, Mr. Chairman, I would hope that we would strike that language. I'm not going to ask for a vote on that, because you need to work that. You need to talk to members. I haven't done that. Now, I've talked to a lot of members over the years about this, as everybody in this room knows. But the court is dealing with this. They have already made a judgment that constitutionally, like the judges ruled in their own case, that we could not limit cost of living adjustment because it was effectively a cut in your salary. And the reason the founders didn't want that done was because they didn't want political retribution in the form of cutting salaries of members during the course of their terms. So I don't know how much time I have left on this amendment, but let me say also on the GAO, again, I'm not offering an amendment on that. I will probably offer an amendment on that in the full committee, but we ought not to have cuts in the agency that is looking at waste, fraud, and abuse. I yield back, and I withdraw the amendment. Ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
In the bill, insert at the appropriate place the following language. A, in general, Section 83313 of Title V United States Code is amended. 1.
Mr. Chairman,
Without objection,
so much the reading of the amendment.
The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to address the amendment.
This amendment, Mr. Chairman, I'm offering would insert the language the Capitol Police Retirement Reform Act into the bill. The piece of legislation was introduced by my friend and our late colleague, Jerry Connolly. Jerry knew the service and sacrifices of our brave U.S. Capitol Police officers, as I do, and as I think every member on this committee does. Many were his constituents. Many live in my district as well. During my time as Democratic whip and majority leader for 20 years, I got to spend every day with them and came to regard them, many of them, as dear friends, but extraordinarily able and committed and courageous people. This amendment would provide a phase-in of counting overtime towards retirement pay based on the length of service. Currently, unlike at many other federal law enforcement agencies, none of the overtime work by U.S. Capitol Police officers counts toward base pay for retirement purposes. I hear all the time from USCP officers that overtime hours are long. We all know that. They're understaffed. And last night, for instance, our clerks worked a long time. Already, since the January 6th attack at the Capitol, we've been losing dedicated, highly qualified, and experienced officers. The more who go, the more the force will have to rely on overtime to close the gaps. It's incumbent upon us to solve this problem and do right by those who risk their lives every day to keep us safe and to protect our democracy. I'm going to withdraw this amendment as well, and we'll consider it the full committee. But I bring it up here for two reasons. Number one, to put everybody on notice that I'm going to offer that, and for you to think about whether or not our Capitol Police ought to, unlike other federal police who get credit for overtime, the Capitol Police do not. Whether or not you think that's fair for our Capitol Police. So, Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw that amendment, but before I yield my time, I will say I'm also very concerned about the Librarian of Congress. I've talked to the Speaker about this. The Librarian of Congress should not be appointed by the President of the United States, nor subject to removal by the President of the United States. The Librarian of Congress is the Librarian of Congress, not of the White House, not of the Executive Department, of Congress. We changed the architect some years ago so that the architect is now appointed by the Congress of the United States in a bipartisan fashion. And so I'm going to offer an amendment in the full committee if, in fact, it is not already resolved, because this is an authorizing issue. I get that. But we are the funders of the Library of Congress, and we therefore ought to make some comments of our own. Now, again, I'm not going to press this to a vote because I think we need more notice and people need to think about this more. But I am going to do it in the full committee, which I understand is going to be, Mr. Chairman, the week we come back. Is that yeah. So it's going to be pretty soon. But I would hope that everybody would think about that, because it is the Library of Congress. And I've talked to Speaker Johnson about that, and he indicated to me, it was a private conversation, that he was sympathetic I think he was a little stronger than that, but I'll say that for the purposes of this discussion. And I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Seeing no further amendments, I now recognize Mr. Lalota for the purpose of making a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the bill be favorably reported to the full committee.
Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. All members in favor of a recorded vote, please raise their hands.
Well done.
Excellent. A sufficient number in support of a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
You almost got me.
Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Hoyer.
No.
Mr. Lalota. Ms. Malloy. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Strong. Mr. Valadeo.
Aye.
Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro.
On this vote, the ayes are 5, the noes are 4. The bill is favorably reported to the full committee. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report. Without objection, so ordered. Copies of the bill and report with the technical changes and conforming changes will be delivered to all full committee members' offices no later than 3 business days before the full committee markup. Thank you very much, everyone. That concludes today's markup, and the committee now stands adjourned.
Good morning. The leadership of this committee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz and I, decided last night we would have this at 9 o'clock. But the powers that be wouldn't give us the room. So now we're at 8 o'clock again. It would have been nicer if we had been at 9 o'clock. But anyway, we tried very hard. And I'm grateful.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, we're going for a record here to get this done. All right? Good morning. The Subcommittee on Military Construction and Veterans Affairs and related agencies will come to order. Welcome to the Subcommittee markup for the fiscal year 2027 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies appropriation bill. Welcome Chairman Cole, welcome Ranking Member DeLauro, and Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz. I'm pleased to present the fiscal year 2027 Military Construction and Veterans Affairs and related agencies bill today. I know this process, the process to this point has been rather quick and a little hectic, but it's important that we do our jobs as appropriators and get moving on this critical legislation. It's a good bipartisan bill that funds various programs members on both sides of the aisle care about deeply. The bill before us provides the Department of Veterans Affairs and related agencies just over $137.8 billion in non-defense discretionary funding, as well as $323 billion in mandatory funding to fulfill our obligation to our veterans. As I've stated many times over, we have an obligation to ensure our veterans get the benefits and care that they've earned. This bill does that while addressing other critical issues affecting veterans, including homelessness, military health, science, and takes care of our women veterans. This bill makes critical investment totaling $19.2 billion in the infrastructure of our service members who work and live. And my voice is so slowly leaving me. As always, we kept our promise to those who move forward first and put their life on the line. I look forward to working with all of you as the bill moves forward, and I ask for your support for this legislation. Now I will recognize my good friend and ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, for opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Judge Carter, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for yielding, and thank you for our work together yet again on the important issues to make sure that our service members and our veterans and their families are well cared for. And I truly appreciate our continued partnership that really maintains the bipartisan tradition of this subcommittee. Thank you, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro, for your leadership on the full committee. And Mr. Chairman, I believe that what you've put together in this bill is really the best that you could have done under the circumstances, given your inadequate allocation and the pressures that you face from your corner. It's not the bill I would have written, but given the tentative allocation, I would have needed to craft something similar, barring a few notable disagreements. In terms of funding, the bill makes many necessary investments, but it also fails to fully fund some important programs. For military construction, while the bill cuts $9.4 billion from the President's request, it does include $50 million in funding to address PFAS remediation efforts. The bill also provides additional investments in child development centers and barracks. I know you worked hard to accomplish that, both areas of bipartisan concern. Unfortunately, the bill does not sufficiently fund the NATO Security Investment Program, underfunding it by $122 million below the President's request, but it is funded at the same level as last year. VA healthcare is fully funded, although not as high as what the President requested. It is still sufficient to keep up with growing demand and increasing healthcare costs. I'm disappointed that the bill does not include $53.7 billion in advance funding for the TEF, the Toxic Exposure Fund. I hope we can work this out in full committee as we did last year, but it's vital that we maintain our commitment to fully funding health care for those exposed to toxic chemicals. This advanced funding, I'll note, is also included in the President's budget request. In terms of language, although this bill does not include the myriad culture war riders from last year, which I truly appreciate, it still contains several provisions that we oppose. This bill undermines VA's ability to keep at-risk veterans safe by preventing VA from reporting a beneficiary to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, or the NICS system. This helps keep guns out of the hands of those who are prohibited under federal law from purchasing or possessing firearms. This bill is, in effect, prohibiting VA from following the law that is intended to protect veterans from self-harm. Veterans make up about 1 in 5 adult firearm suicides, and we see an average of 4,600 veteran firearm suicides every year. It is tragic and unacceptable that this bill undermines our efforts to keep veterans safe. The bill also includes 2 unnecessary provisions related to Guantanamo Bay and report text on reproductive health. Although the report text is non-binding, it serves no purpose but to antagonize women veterans and those that support the ability for women to make decisions about their own health care. This bill was written with the best information available because the budget was, once again, unacceptably late. And as I speak, the President has still not provided the required justification materials that we need to inform our funding decisions, and I know that is a bipartisan source of frustration. We also held only 2 hearings, down from about 6. It was a constricted time frame, given how late we got the President's budget, but making sure that we can get the proper, appropriate feedback, be able to ask questions before we write this bill is incredibly important. We've not even heard from the VA Secretary, whose discretionary budget makes up 88% of this bill. Mr. Chairman, I know you're working to get the Secretary scheduled to testify. I've pressed him as well. He simply must come before us to answer our questions about the President's FY27 budget proposal for VA and many other important issues affecting our nation's veterans. Finally, once again this year, I'm concerned about the government services that veterans rely on outside of the Milcon VA bill. The President has asked for $1.5 trillion for the Department of Defense, but he's requested to slash critical programs across the government upon which our veterans rely. I want to stress, I've expressed concerns here this morning, but I truly appreciate the hard work Chairman Carter has put into the bill before us and look forward to working with him to strengthen the bill during Tuesday's full committee markup. I hope to see bipartisan progress. We are always able to work closely together on this product. We share the same priorities, and looking forward to seeing what we can do to improve the bill leading up to our full committee markup process and address the issues that have been raised. I look forward to continuing this important work with my colleagues throughout the rest of the fiscal year 2027 process, and I do want to acknowledge my staff, Farouk Ofaso, Tyler Coe, Samantha Price, my legislative director in my personal office, who I'll note today is her last markup with me as a member of my staff. She's done a remarkable job and is actually going off the hill for her professional future, but I dearly love her. She's done an incredible job, so thank you so much. And also I want to acknowledge Justin Masucci, Ariana Delgado, Jason Wheelock, Jamara Villarreal on judges' staff. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Look forward to continuing to work together. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman-Schultz. Mr. Cole, I now recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Carter, and thank you, Ranking Member Wasserman-Schultz and Ranking Member DeLore, and all the members of the subcommittee on both sides of the aisle. Today, we begin consideration of the fiscal year 2027 Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Bill, our first step in advancing another year of responsible, results-driven appropriations. This measure reflects a clear priority, delivering for those who have served and those who continue to serve. It fully funds veterans' health care and benefits and ensures that the promises made to our nation's heroes are met with both words and actions. It strengthens safety nets for those in need by supporting critical mental health and suicide prevention efforts, and it invests in long-term improvements at the VA and our nation's military cemeteries. At the same time, this bill reinforces our base posture from the ground up by investing in military construction, improving barracks, and ensuring our installations are equipped to support readiness in an increasingly complex environment. From the Indo-Pacific to installations here at home, strength and preparedness are not optional. We also recognize that the military unit doesn't stop at the uniform, but extends to the family behind it. That's why this bill sustains resources for family housing, child care, and quality of life needs. Our service members, both past and present, uphold their duty in uniform, and we uphold ours through Article 1. This is a responsible, mission-focused bill that honors that shared commitment. I want to thank Chairman Carter for his leadership. I also want to thank Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz and the majority and minority staff for their work on this bill. I look forward to its consideration today, and frankly, I look forward to improving the product as we work through the process in the months ahead. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I recognize Ms. DeLauro, Ranking Member of the full committee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz and acknowledge my friend and Chairman Cole on this effort. And I want to just say to the chair and the ranking member of the subcommittee, I think your collaboration is a model for how we should proceed and move forward. It's a way in which we make progress. It's a way an appropriations committee should function, and I thank you for preserving the goal and the mission of the Appropriations Committee and its work, and I mean that very, very sincerely. And also hats off to the staff because they do a hell of a job on both sides of the aisle, so thank you. You know, we have a moral responsibility to take care of our veterans and our service members. It's part of our job in the Congress, and on this committee to make sure that their devotion to our country is matched by their country's devotion to them. The bill before us this morning makes progress to that end in certain regards, and yes, I believe in other areas it falls short. It does not honor our commitments under the PACT Act to advance fund health care for veterans who were exposed to toxic chemicals in the line of duty, adds uncertainty and instability to their access to quality care, nor does the bill keep our commitment to our NATO allies, falling short of what we promised for NATO's infrastructure program. Also, there are several divisive policy riders in the bill which I oppose. However, the bill also contains a number of positive provisions which I support. I am glad that this bill increases the funding for the suicide prevention and treatment programs, including suicide prevention outreach. Although progress has been made, the veteran suicide rate remains high than the population at large, and it is clear that we must do more to address what is a tragic situation. I am also supportive of the increase in funding for rural health and substance use disorder programs, which provide much-needed support for veterans across this country. I'm glad to see that the bill increases funding for women's health care, helping to ensure the women who have served our country get the care that they need. Overall, the bill increases funding for the VA by more than $4 billion, including a $6.5 billion increase to veterans' medical care. These are important resources that will go a long way to supporting the brave men and women who have served this country and served us gallantly. This is only the first stage of this bill. I look forward to continuing to work with our colleagues and address some of the issues that still remain. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Who else do I need to recognize? Any other member that wish to speak on this? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for two important issues that were added. One is Subic Bay. For those who haven't been out there, we are now a U.S. base in Subic Bay. It's the only deep water port out there. The airstrip at Subic Bay moved more material than Panama Canal. But in order to defend the Pacific, we're going to have forward staged ammunition and some capability to produce nitrocellulose. So thank you for including that. And secondly, rebuild our Navy. It is not in my district, but I have been spending a little time in the Philadelphia shipyard when I was a SEAL Team 6 commander in '98, and it hasn't improved. So there's basic infrastructure that needs to be done in order for the Koreans to invest $150 billion into our shipbuilding program, and that's basic infrastructure to water, roads, and so we can execute that shipyard. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
I just want to note that this is Mr. Zinke's last markup as a member of our subcommittee, and although we have clashed from time to time, we have developed a respect for one another, and I have enjoyed serving with you and really wish you the best as you move on to the next stage, and also the best of health.
Thank you. I'm reaching self-actualization. I yield back.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be recognized? I was seeing that there's no amendments. I'd like to recognize Mr. Rutherford for the purpose of making a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we move the bill favorably reported to the full committee.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and the report. Without objection, so ordered. That's pretty good time there, folks.
Is it record time here?
It's close. I think we did a good job, and especially when everybody got their sleep interrupted in the middle of the damn night. So thank you very much for being here. And does anyone else need a comment? If not, we're adjourned.
Thank you.